Hello, everyone, and welcome to this super exciting special Mormon Stories podcast interview where we kick off our exploration of the brand new Netflix series, Murder Among the Mormons by Jared Hess and Tyler Measom, dear friends of mine, which is about the Mark Hofmann bombings. Before we launch into this amazing interview with Sandra Tanner, I just wanted to give you a few quick announcements and explanations about why this interview is so important. First off, Sandra's amazing. Second off, Sandra and Jerald Tanner were observers of the Mark Hofmann scandal for the 5 years that it was going on. It was actually 7 years, you'll find out in the interview. So Sandra offers a really important perspective. Third is that Jerald Tanner played a really important role in discovering that the Salamander Letter, Mark Hofmann's Salamander Letter, was a forgery. And he did that at least a full year before the bombings. And of course, if the church and or the media had paid any attention to Jerald Tanner, who had every incentive to simply accept the Salamander Letter, but instead had integrity and discovered it to be a fraud a full year before the bombings, so much pain and obviously 2 deaths would have been avoided. So that's another reason why it's important. And unfortunately, Tyler and Jared weren't able to discuss Jerald Tanner's role in discovering the forgery because the film didn't have enough time. So it's really important that story get told here. And then finally, because Jared and Tyler had to focus on the basic story of, Mark Hofmann and the bombings, and they only had 3 hours to do it, they were not able to really get into the LDS Church or the Mormon Church's culpability in creating the environment that would lead to the bombings, in, using Steve Christensen and others as human shields that made them vulnerable and exposed ultimately to the bombings, to creating the perception that the Mormon Church leaders had some sense of discernment that would, make people feel safe when really they were put in danger. And of course, how the Mormon Church was sort of obstructing the investigative process that could have made it a lot easier on the investigators to convict Mark Hofmann. So those are all really important reasons why this interview is so interesting and so important. Plus, it just gives more amazing background on Sandra and Jerald Tanner, in addition to Mormon Stories podcast episodes, I believe 472 to 475, that we've already done on Sandra Tanner. So it's all great stuff. I do have one bummer to announce, and that's that the camera was not operational for the first 45-ish minutes of this interview. So those of you on YouTube, you're going to notice that there's just a still image for the first 45 minutes of this interview, but don't worry. Everything from then on is fully videoed, and we got over 6 hours of Sandra Tanner in total, and it's amazing stuff. So anyway, enjoy this episode. You're going to love it, and most importantly, you're going to love Murder Among the Mormons by my dear friends Jared Hess and Tyler Measom. Check it out on Netflix, and enjoy Mormon Stories podcast. And we love you, Sandra Tanner and Jerald Tanner. All right, roll the tape. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is March 8th, 2021, and we are kicking off this week the beginning of about a week and a half to 2 weeks of, let's just say, a Mark Hofmann focus. Of course, March 3rd, 5 days ago, the documentary Murder Among the Mormons was released on Netflix, directed by my friends. I consider them dear friends, Jared Hess and Tyler Measom. The movie has gone viral, as they say. It's on Netflix top 10, as I understand it, as of March 8th, 2021. It's in the top 3 in many, many countries. And of course, within Mormonism and progressive Mormonism and post-Mormonism, it has been widely viewed, and there's a lot of buzz about it. I have discussed the Mark Hofmann interview on Mormon Stories podcast at least 4 times, if not more, a little in depth. My amazing interview with Sandra Tanner, which is a top 10 interview of all time. I also interviewed Brent Metcalf, which is another top 10 Mormon Stories interview of all time. And then Dan Witherspoon interviewed Kurt Bench along with somebody else, and they talked for a couple hours about Mark Hofmann. And I'm pretty sure in my interview with Dan Vogel, we discussed Mark Hofmann at some point. I'm going to need to go back and pull those excerpts out and create shorts of them, or at least provide time codes, because I think there's some really important stuff there that have not been culled. But what you're going to hear over the next week, I'm going to do my best to interview several people to give their reactions to Murder Among the Mormons, and also just their reflections on, their understanding of the Mark Hofmann story. I'm not going to tell you now who all the people are that I'm going to interview, but they're going to be good. And then this is all going to culminate in an interview a week from today with Jared Hess and Tyler Measom, where we're going to do an in-depth discussion about them, their interest in Mark Hofmann, all that they learned about Mark Hofmann, and their making of the documentary. And they've given me the indication this will be their longest and most in-depth interview that they probably will do. So I'm excited about that. But today, we're kicking this off, bringing back to Mormon Stories, one of my top heroes, if I can say that. I don't know if she'll like it, but Sandra Tanner, welcome back to Mormon Stories podcast.
Good morning.
You made the joke coming in that you said you weren't sure who was more infamous, me or you.
Right.
I'm not sure about that, but I think you deserve to be much more infamous in a good way than I do. What do you think about that?
Well, I've been at it a lot longer.
A lot longer. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming in. Thanks for joining us.
Good.
So, we won't be going into detail on Sandra Tanner's story. I'll just give a quick highlight, and Sandra, you can fill in the blanks. But basically, as I understand it, Sandra's husband was Jerald Tanner, and Sandra and Jerald were raised Mormon and lost their faith, I would say, in the early 1960s. Is that right, Sandra?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, 1959.
Right, 1959.
Yeah.
And basically, they dedicated the rest of their lives to researching Mormon history and educating the world about factual Mormon history. Jerald passed away several years ago, and Sandra's still at it. So much. I really can't think of anybody who's done more work on investigating the truth about Mormon history and then sharing it with the world. I can't think of anyone who's done more than Jerald and Sandra Tanner, and that includes Dan Vogel, that includes Michael Quinn, like Fawn Brody. Think of the biggest names. I don't know anyone who has spent more decades, published more pages of writing, and done more research and had as big of an impact as Jerald and Sandra Tanner. Do you want to correct me on any of that?
Well, we've certainly been at it the longest. It's been over 60 years at this point. I hate to even admit that. My word.
Well, their organization's called Utah Lighthouse Ministry. You can find them in Salt Lake City today. You can find Sandra in Salt Lake City today. She has a house right next door to the office for Utah Lighthouse Ministry. And they have an amazing website, utlm.org. Is that right?
Right.
And to this day, you can purchase pamphlets and writings and books and documents. But one of the amazing things is they've published all of that for free on the internet. Is there anything you haven't made free on the internet that you sell?
Yes, we have a lot of our research that is just sold, but we have a lot of it also posted free on the internet. And when I retire, my thought is to put everything that we've been able to put in a PDF file on the internet for free at that point. We aren't there yet.
But so like in preparing for this interview today, I was immediately through Google brought to your website, and you've got several. You've got Mark Hofmann's Confessions. You've got at least one book that talks in detail, several chapters about Mark Hofmann, about all his forgeries, about Jerald's analysis of the forgeries.
Right. Jerald's book, Tracking the White Salamander, is posted on our website in full, plus all our old newsletters. And if you go back and look at the newsletters in the 1980s, you can see the development of the story of his documents as we follow through and find out about them and put them in our newsletters.
Yeah. And as I was doing research just this morning, like as an example, in multiple chapters, Jerald goes through and discusses each one of Hofmann's major forgeries,
right,
the history behind it, if there were attempts by the church to purchase it, to conceal it. It's discussed there. Yeah. And Jerald even shares his analysis, not just after, but even before it was known that Hofmann was a fraud. And this is a really valuable source of information.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Real quickly, how have you decided what to share on the internet and what to sell but not share on the internet? Is there a rhyme or reason to it?
Partly it's a matter of retyping it all. All our books were originally done on a typewriter. Yeah. And so we have to retype them all to put them in a PDF format, and it just takes time. So we're gradually getting books into PDF, and then we usually sell them to try to recoup a little of the money invested to try to get them ready for the internet. But I guess the ones that we put up free were ones we thought were, like the Salamander one. We put that book up online because we didn't think very many people would pay for it. And we wanted the public to be able to know the information. Okay.
Well, it's super valuable stuff. And so anyway, thank you so much for coming today to talk about Mark Hofmann. We're gonna dig into some really important stuff. I'll ask you guys to refer to Sandra's original interview for her life story and a lot of those details, but we may cover some of the same territory we covered when we talked about Hofmann today that we talked about with Sandra before. But let's begin. At some point, I want to ask about your reactions to the documentary. But if it's okay, I think I want to just ask you some contextual questions first.
Sure. And
then ask you about the documentary. Is that okay? Okay. And a lot of these questions you may not be prepared to answer. And, I just want to get your perspective on what you remember. Is that okay?
Sure. Okay.
So the first thing I wanted to talk about was Mark Hofmann's your understanding or impressions about Mark Hofmann's early life. And one of the big questions that people want to know is, was this guy mentally ill? And if I had a way that I would want to ask the question, having a PhD in psychology, a bit of a background in the field, there's this type of diagnosis called a personality disorder. And, it's a separate thing from like depression or anxiety. When you're talking about personality disorders, you're not talking about sort of like mental illness as a disease that you can acquire and then cure. So like depression or anxiety, a lot of times, if it's situational, something happens, you get depressed, then you get a treatment, and then ultimately you get better over time. And that's kind of, a certain class of disorders. And that's not quite accurate because you can have sort of genetically informed lifelong chronic depression or anxiety. And again, but personality disorders are a whole nother category altogether. Things like narcissistic personality disorder, and the one that I think might be most applicable to Mark Hofmann, which is called antisocial personality disorder, which is a weird name because you would think antisocial, that just means you're kind of clumsy with people. But what my understanding of the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder is, you have no conscience, that you kill cats when you're 4 because you just don't care. And when you hurt people, you just don't feel it. And so not all people with antisocial personality disorder become murderers, of course, but some do. And so understanding what you know or have read about Mark Hofmann's childhood, do you have a sense that he had a conscience as a boy and as a teenager and even as a missionary? Do you know anything about that or have any thoughts or reflections on that?
Well, I don't know that much about his childhood, but obviously when he went on his mission, he was living a lie. So at some point in his teen years, obviously he had come to a way of rationalizing behavior with what he knew. And of course, what I've read about him, he supposedly lost his faith in God when he was able to fake that dime with a mint mark on it, and it got authenticated. And so it was sort of like, well, anyone can fool anyone, and God doesn't do anything about it. So,
okay, so what age was he? Was that when he was like 12 or 13 or 14?
yeah, early teens.
And tell us the story of what he did there that you recall.
He was studying coins and saw that there were certain coins that had mint marks on them that made them more collectible. And I believe it was a dime of a certain year. I don't remember what year it was. I mean, like 1941 or something. I don't remember what the year was. But that if it had a certain mint mark on it, it was worth a lot more money. And so he sets out to try to duplicate that mark on a dime. And then he sends it in. I don't remember. Did he send it to the government?
Yeah, I think
to have it authenticated. And they wrote back and said, yeah, you got the real thing. And
which increases its value.
Yes, which now makes it a valuable coin instead of just a 10-cent piece. So I suppose that must have been the launching of his forgery career once he realized he could fool the experts. And he must have had the ego at that point to say, I could do this. Whatever I want to do, I can create forgeries.
And to the question of like mental illness, I would guess that he had to have been precocious because most 14-year-olds are like comic books and playing soccer. So like he must have been precocious. So there's a high intelligence factor there. But the fact that he would maybe lie or tell a fib, I guess lots of teenage boys and girls would have done that throughout their
Oh,
youth,
we all have had our episodes in our teen years that we didn't tell our family about. And it's a wonder we all lived through it. But Mark obviously was at a different level than the rest of us. I mean, I never ever thought about anything that involved.
Yeah.
So,
what makes you tie that experience with the dime to his loss of faith? Was it something you read or something from his
No, just my own study of what he ended up doing, and then looking back on his life, trying to think, at what point does this crystallize in your mind? And I think that was an important factor. I know when he found out that his grandparents had practiced polygamy and it had been the big family secret, and he found that everyone had been lying to him about that there were obviously things that came into his teen life that put him in a position of who gets to lie and how much do we believe people if even the good people get to lie. So at some point he decides that there isn't a God and all the stuff about Mormonism is not true. But he's in this evidently very, very strong LDS family and a very strong father, and evidently feels he has to go on a mission. And I'm sure there are many people that will be watching this that will sympathize with him.
Yeah.
that a lot of people went on missions because of family pressure.
Yeah.
But he evidently had already decided that Mormonism wasn't true, and I assume also that there wasn't a God.
Yeah. There's this clip in the documentary that shows him as a boy burying a jar of coins and then going out and convincing his friends to go on a treasure hunt with him. And then, of course, he discovers the coins in front of his friends. And of course, that reminds me of Joseph Smith.
Right.
Like, once you read about Joseph Smith's, let's say years from like 1823 to 1827, that's like what Joseph Smith was doing.
Right.
So that gives me the impression that he was reading about folk magic and treasure digging in the 70s, I'm guessing, because during the Leonard Arrington years, like if I'm trying to match up the dates, when was he 14? Or, when would that treasure digging thing with Hofmann have happened? And then what books or resources would he have had exposure to where he would have learned about the treasure digging? Because as I understand it, the church was denying that all through the 60s and 70s and even 80s. So do you have a sense for how he would have been learning about treasure digging in the 60s or 70s? And then if that might have contributed to his loss of faith, sort of studying controversial, forbidden, banned Mormon history as a teenage boy.
In the late 60s, our friend Wes Walters, Presbyterian minister, was doing research on Mormonism because he had pastored in several areas where the Mormons had been, New York and Illinois. And he was in New York on a vacation doing research, looking for documents relating to Joseph Smith's 1826 money digging trial. And it was known at that time that there was claims of such an event, but evidence for it was very sparse. And Wes was doing all kind of research on the revivals in the 1820 time frame in looking at Joseph Smith's first vision. And so Wes was just foundational for a lot of the research that helped us in our studies as well.
What was his last name again?
Walters.
And he lived where?
In Marissa, Illinois.
Okay. Oh, you mentioned that in our interview.
Yes,
yeah.
and he co-authored with Mike Marquardt the book Inventing Mormonism that Signature Books printed. But years before that book came out, Wes had done all of this primary research, and he had gone to New York to look for documents relating to the trial. He found the docket papers for the judge and another county official, and I can't remember what his position was, but he found these documents of these papers. And so here was Justice Neely giving his costs to the county for what he needed to be reimbursed for this hearing with Joseph Smith. And when that came out, this was a big announcement. This was a big find. Also, his research on the 1824 revival in New York that was obviously the one Joseph Smith went to that didn't happen in 1820. And those got written up in different newspapers and articles and things.
Around what years would those have been written up?
68 to 70.
Okay. And those would have shown up in Salt Lake newspapers, maybe like
yes.
the Trib?
Yeah, there would be things about this. Well, Dialogue, BYU Studies. There were different articles on this. And Wes's research really forced the church historian's office to go back to New York and do more digging. I mean, from my point of view, I see it as the church telling their historians, we don't want any more surprises. You guys get back there and make sure that there's no other things coming out that are going to shock us. And they went.
That's so funny.
And so they went through all of this. So in the 70s, there was a lot of talk and articles published on the magic on the early 26 trial, because that was the glass looker thing, and on the lack of the revival in 1820. So historical journals at that time were running articles on this. And going into the magic and money digging. So it's not like it suddenly appeared on the scene when Mike Quinn did his book. His book comes at the end of years of everybody doing research on magic and money digging. Now, he expanded all, and he has a lot of information in his book, but he didn't start this. He was building on research that had been done before that.
I have to ask you, how did this alone not take the church down in the late 60s, early 70s? Like I'm thinking about, the way that it's thought about now, it's like, oh, someone stumbles on Mormon stories or the CES letter, learns about things like the seer stone in the hat, and then they lose their faith. But if this stuff's coming out in newspapers in Utah and in Salt Lake City, how did this not back then cause the equivalent of this crisis of faith that we're now only seeing thanks to things like the CES letter or Mormon stories or other things?
Well, because the Mormon church itself didn't talk about it. Everything went on as usual in the Ensign, the improvement era back at the beginning of all this. And even like when they found the papyri in, what was that, 67 or so? The improvement era ran articles by Hugh Nibley trying to smooth everything over for the saints that don't worry, don't fear, we got it all under control. Abraham's good. It all checks out. We're fine. These aren't the droids you're looking for. And life moved on. And so if the church doesn't publicly talk about issues, the saints at that time didn't know. There wasn't any internet. There wasn't any podcasts. And so if it wasn't in the Ensign, it wasn't true.
But if it's in the newspapers, they read the newspapers, and there's and there would have been also like word of mouth, right?
Faithful saints didn't talk about these kinds of things. You brought it up to anyone and they just shut you down as a troublemaker, a liar. You just got that from anti-Mormon people. If I talked to anyone about this, I was just lying. I'd tell them about David Whitmer's statement or Martin Harris' statement on this, and that's just lies. And besides, David Whitmer left the church, so you can't trust him on anything. It's all just lies. And I'm thinking, well, no, all the documents seem to show this. Everything we have from that time period shows this. Oh, no, you guys are all lying. You can't trust anyone that's left the church.
What about the newspapers though? Because
you do one story and then it's gone. They aren't talking about it every week, and so you cover it once and gone, and it's out of public memory. But the magazine, the scholarly publications, like BYU Studies and Dialogue, would have an article at different times on these things, but their readership was so small at that time that the average person would never know about it, and Dialogue was suspect, always was. We aren't really sure, how much to believe these guys. But even with BYU Studies, but how many people read them?
And then so I'm trying to think about like what made the CES letter or Mormon story successful. We tried to orient, to the extent they've been successful. I want to say they're like summarily successful, but what we tried to do was target just the average person, right, and to do it with the right tone and the right approach where people won't discount it from the start as a non-starter, but instead go, okay, these guys are trying to be fair. They're just trying to tell the truth. And the only other thing that I can think of back then that wasn't super scholarly was your newsletter, right? Because your newsletter was just trying to publicly share to the general public the basic facts, right?
Yes, but we were apostates. Not only we were apostates, we were two dummies with no education or credentials. And so through the years, all you had to do was say, yes, but they were excommunicated. And that's like, oh, by word, they were running the drugs, It just, it just had such a bad connotation. And people would come into the store and ask me, is it true you were excommunicated? I said, yes, because I resigned. I quit. And so they fired me. Um,
But it was for history stuff. It was for,
Yeah.
and Jerald too?
oh, yeah, we both resigned. And so, but we wanted our names removed. And the only way you could get your name removed in 1960 was
To be executed.
murder, adultery, or apostasy.
Yeah.
And my friends all kidded me. We picked the most boring of the three. And so our great sin was we told them we wanted to quit.
Okay, so you're saying, if I'm hearing you right, that because of this work from Wes Walters and others,
Yeah.
that Mark Hofmann in the 70s
Could have.
could have learned about. Go ahead.
Yes. Well,
Could have learned about this stuff.
yes, but all he had to do is read Fawn Brody. I mean, you really got the groundwork in Fawn Brody. She gives you the money digging, the magic, the seer stone, all of those things. I mean, it was a starting point for us.
Yeah.
We started with Fawn Brody.
Yeah. So if Hofmann was just some studious, precocious kid, if he had gotten a hold of Fawn Brody's book
Yes.
in his early teens, that's
He has-
where he would have learned about all the problems.
Right. He has the blueprint.
Yeah, he has the blueprint. Some have said that like everything uncovered since No Man Knows My History is just kind of like afterlog or epilogue. Like she basically did it all.
She gave us the outline. And one friend said to me after reading our Mormonism Shadow or Reality, he says, I read Brody and that gave me the general overview, but then I read your book and that gave me all the details
Yeah,
behind the overview.
Yeah. But she got a lot right?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, it was amazing the job that she did. And I think her biography still stands up today as probably the best on Joseph Smith.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you think of when you saw this clip in the documentary about Mark Hofmann burying the jar and fooling his friends? Did you know that he had done that?
I don't remember the story, so I don't know if it's told in one of the books or something, but it's
you
not
saw that on the documentary.
Yes, I saw it. But
What did you think when you saw that?
Well, it looked just like Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
That was the first thing that came to my mind. And Mark's life has a lot of similarities and parallels to Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
It's very odd that you do get that same, the 14-year-old boy.
Oh, right. 14.
Yeah, going on to fool everyone.
What other parallels are coming into your mind?
Well, the money digging stuff, and then the ability to sell yourself to people, that even when critics like us come out against him, he can still rise above it all. And when he reneges on paying people for their documents and he has all these business problems, he still can smooth over and promise them, oh, it'll be next week. Let me give you another check or whatever. So it's that same sort of salesmanship that's able to keep it going even when there's questions and problems about what he's doing.
Yeah. And also for Hofmann and Joseph Smith, the jig was up at some point and
Yes.
it all unraveled and it all caught up with them in the end, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And if Joseph hadn't have been killed, I think that the trials that would have come up at that time would have seriously challenged the future of Mormonism, because Joseph was up on charge of bigamy and mishandling, was it Partridge Girl's estate. He had messed up on some bankruptcy stuff. There would have been a indictment on counterfeiting, because there was one later on Brigham Young and John Taylor and different early church leaders for counterfeiting. Only reason Joseph isn't listed in there is because he was dead. But there would have been things like this that would have come up, so that there would have been a day of reckoning for Joseph Smith. It just got cut short by him being murdered.
Right. Some would say that the ties between Hofmann and Joseph Smith are even more obvious, that Joseph Smith was a forger. Now, I don't know if forger is or isn't the right word, but Joseph, if you don't believe he was translating by the gift and power of God, then he was creating documents through a scribe because he couldn't really write that were fraudulent, that weren't what they claimed to be. Do you think there's fair parallels there?
Yes, I do.
What are the parallels for you?
Well, like when he claims to be translating a parchment of John, that he claims John really wrote this document. I don't have it. It doesn't currently exist on paper, but God showed me in a vision that this actual writing of John is what I'm giving to you. So you have that same sort of manufacturing of historical documents that have no basis.
What about the Book of Mormon?
The Book of Mormon, yes. All of his scriptures fall into that same thing. To take the Book of Abraham, where you have scrolls that he could show the public that, see, I've got these real documents, and this is Abraham's signature, and over here's Joseph's signature, and you pay his mom a quarter, you can come look at the mummies. And so then he invents this book of scripture that he claims came from the scrolls in front of him. So that would be another type of forgery that he's carrying on.
Yeah. Yeah. And one thing that was different, or maybe not so different, between him and Hofmann, this is just my theory, that from the treasure digging exploits of 1823 to 1827, he learned that he could convince people that he had special power.
Right.
To find, so there's the element of claiming to have special power, but then by 1827, he's realizing that he's going to end up in jail for life if he keeps doing this. So how does he parlay? But he knows that this is that even when he wasn't able to find the treasure, people would continue believing in him. So in my mind, whether consciously or unconsciously, he says, dang, how do I continue on with this skill that I've developed that clearly is effective? And so somehow he comes up with the idea to write a book. And you know, for Dan Vogel, it might have been piously fraudulent. For others, it's just plain out fraudulent. But then he says, if I can create this document that people will believe has a divine origin, this will also continue the perception that I have special powers. And then once you've created a scripture-like book and everybody around you thinks you did it by the gift and power of God, well, that becomes the foundation of a religion or a church. How do you see it?
Yes, and I think it's very similar to Mark's statement about if everyone accepts it as authentic, it is authentic.
Yeah.
And that's Joseph Smith. I think he convinced himself that, well, the Book of Mormon is what would have been written if the Indians had kept a record. So it's true.
Do you think he really thought he was channeling?
I think by the time he gets to the end of his life, he's believing his own lies. At the beginning, he has to be aware that he's fabricating it, but he may come to really believe he's a prophet, kind of like Elmer Gantry.
Yeah.
Did I really do miracles? I guess I did.
Right.
So
do you just to be clear, there's this theory, and I'm sure we talked about this in our interview. There's this theory that I think Maxine Hink shared with me that, like, he believed that there were plates written at some point, but he didn't have them in his possession, so to speak. So he created fake plates. But when he was actually translating, I'm saying that in air quotes, he believed that he was channeling real stories from real prophets through the gift and power of God, such that when he was manufacturing the Book of Mormon, he himself didn't think, I'm creating this fraudulent book. He thought, I am channeling a legitimate history through legitimate prophets, through the gift and power of God. It's just coming through my brain and through the Spirit and through revelation, and I have to create these plates so that people will believe me, but the rest of the story is true. What do you think about that?
I think that gives him too much credit for thinking, and it really came from outside of himself. I think he has to know what he's creating. When you see the loss of the 116 pages, I think it shows that it isn't just, you can't just explain the Book of Mormon as a channeled book, because when he recreates the first part of the Book of Mormon, it shows deliberate thought to cover his tracks in case those pages are found. So to me, that shows a deliberate fraud by someone who understands what he's doing. So when he goes back to redo the front of the Book of Mormon, he comes up with Nephi having 2 sets of plates, and it gets into a very convoluted story. Why in the world anyone would make 2 sets of plates? I mean, it's not like you just went to the store and bought a ream of paper. You got to hand make all these plates. They're out in the wilderness. It just doesn't make sense. Historically, you couldn't do that. So I think there's, in the reconstructing of the 116-page replacement, to me, shows someone who is very aware of the problem he faced at the moment with his followers, of trying to convince them that he had the power of God to bring forth this record. Even though he had lost those pages, he could duplicate them, but he can't duplicate them exactly. So he has to come up with some crazy story. Why as well? It's sort of like the same thing again, only this is bigger and better. I mean, yeah, now God's going to have me use the plates that got the spiritual stuff in. Why did God have you start with the ones that didn't? I mean, it doesn't make God look very smart, but but to me, it's all an excuse to cover himself. So to me, that shows a knowing, cunning mind to set up a scenario to make his followers all believe that it was still the work of God, even though the whole story got messed up.
Yeah. Have you read William Davis's book about Joseph's ability to sort of dictate orally and that Methodist tradition?
Well, sure. I think pastors use that kind of stuff today. An outline. I mean, don't most speakers? I think any of us that go out and speak publicly get an outline in our mind of what we're going to say. And if you speak a lot on the same subject, pretty soon you have that outline down in your mind. So I think he had been Joseph had been rehearsing his story to his family for several years before he ever started the literal dictating of the Book of Mormon. So I see him practicing that outline for a long time. Now, granted, I couldn't sit down and dictate a 500-page book to you on even my own, well, maybe on my own life I could, but not about some other subject. But that doesn't mean someone else couldn't. We have all sorts of books that were written in very short periods of time, authors that just say that, oh, the story came to me and I sat down and just wrote it out.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So in your mind, the Book of Mormon was a premeditated act of deception, like Mark Hofmann.
Yes, right. I think that Joseph was an extremely gifted, creative mind, and he could retain trivia that he picked up. I think you see that in so much of Joseph's writings, the ability to maintain trivia. And it always reminded me of people on game shows that
Ken Jennings.
Yeah, that just remember the craziest little things. And it's hard to explain, but like Nephi comes from the Apocrypha and Lehi comes from the Old Testament. Moroni is the capital of a group of islands, the Comoros Islands off the coast of Africa. So how does he know about these things? He just stumbles across stuff, and different names stick in his mind. And I think that you would have this trouble with a lot of books if you analyze them to try to figure out, where did every single idea for this book come from? And I'm sure this happens in a lot of writings where people name characters in their books after just some random name they came across sometime. And you see that in the Book of Mormon. We've been able to find a lot of those things to where, I can't prove that he saw a map with the Comoros Islands on it, but we do have a geography book of Joseph Smith's day that has the Comoros Islands in them, which was used in schools. Can't prove he read it, but it's a little suspicious.
And that has the Moroni city in there.
The Comoros Islands with Moroni as the capital.
Yeah. Do we know where Nephi came from?
Nephi came from the Apocrypha, King James Apocrypha, not the Catholic Apocrypha. And he had a Bible with the Apocrypha in it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so if we're talking parallels between Joseph Smith and Mark Hofmann, that's something that is said in the documentary that Mark Hofmann clearly had this ability to remember everything. There's that there's the Celestial Pursuit little sequence where the guy says that Joseph never got one answer wrong. Right. Yeah. So those are important parallels.
Right.
Okay, so if we're going with this theory that he stumbled onto maybe Brody's book or these other articles or dialogue or whatever it was, and as a very precocious young kid lost his faith around age 14, then you're saying that along with the dime story causes him to lose his faith, but he stays in the church.
Well, I think the thing with the parents hiding the polygamy from him, I think was another disillusioning moment for him, that his godly parents.
What do you know about that story?
I believe it's in Silato's book, Salamander.
Okay.
I think that's.
And what's the general?
Well, that there was post-manifesto polygamy in
his family line.
Immediate family line. And that it was the big family secret. And when you find out that the church has been lying to you about polygamy ended in 1890, and you find out in your own family they kept living polygamy way after the manifesto, then you wonder, well, what else did they lie to me about?
Yeah. So one question that I wrote that I don't think you can know, and I wonder if anyone knows this, if he ever talked about this in any of his depositions or confessions or any of his writings, or if he ever told his wife this, but is there ever any indication that he expressed sadness or anger or disappointment at the church deceiving him and at the church deceiving others? Because that speaks to motive. One of the things that I think is really important is to try and figure out motive. And some people want to say, oh, he was just broken in the head and had no conscience and just loved to deceive people. I think I'm sure some of that's true at some point, but what I also want to know is, did he ever, because so many of us, what drives you, what drives me? It's Jeremy Runnels, like so many people, Brent Metcalf, everyone. It's just like, oh my gosh, I put my trust in this church. I gave it everything. I trusted it like more than my own parents. I loved it. I sacrificed for it. And then it deceived me. Like, isn't that all of us? And so I want to believe that at least at some point, Hofmann had those similar feelings, and maybe he just went in the wrong direction. Do you have any sense, is there any indication that you're aware of that he felt any of those similar feelings?
I don't know enough about his story in his early life. So no, I don't know of any time when he expressed that to anyone.
He wouldn't have told Dory, his wife, that he had lost his faith, right? He would
because
have kept that from her.
He's living a lie for all of his Mormon community.
Yeah.
So I don't see him being able to share anything that way with anyone. I mean, I assume if he did with anyone, it would have been maybe Shannon Flynn, but I don't know that Flynn's ever talked about him showing anger about Mormonism being false. They may not have had that kind of a conversation.
Was Shannon Flynn a believer at the time he was working with Hofmann? Do you know? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I would suspect not, but I don't really know.
You're not sure. Okay. Yeah, and so one of the things when I'm trying to make sense of all this that I think of is if you live it, I was growing up in Texas, but anyway, I lost my faith in Seattle, far from the church when I was working for Microsoft. What would it be like to lose your faith in the 60s and 70s in Holiday or Mill Creek? Everyone around you believes, you feel totally trapped, like you can't tell anyone. It's not like now you've got all these podcasts and blogs and Facebook communities to give you support. other family members that have left too, he must have felt super isolated, super alone, super trapped, super powerless, and super disappointed that this church held itself up to be the one true great church, and yet it was deceiving everyone, and Joseph was deceiving everyone. I wonder what that can do to your mind as a young boy when you have to suppress all that, and then you learn to lie from the guy held up as a prophet and from the church held up as the one true church by everyone around you. What would that do to your psychology to kind of be stewing in that?
Well, it obviously messed up his mind.
Yeah, but it didn't do that to you, right?
No. We had not had the years of investment that someone like yourself would have had in the church. And I think the longer you've invested in it, the more you struggle with that anger that way. So leaving earlier in our lives kept us from having as much of that bottled up inside of us.
You didn't serve a mission.
No.
Did Jerald serve?
No.
Remind me. Oh,
No.
Jerald didn't either.
No,
Okay, I
no,
forgot.
because that's what sent him on his quest, was when the bishop challenged him to quit drinking beer and go on a mission.
Okay.
And so he thought, well, gee, do I believe this enough to go on a mission?
Yeah.
And that launched him into his research. And I did not voluntarily set out to search for truth in Mormonism. It was forced on me by a mother who was questioning her faith. So, but we both had to deal with the disappointing of our families. We both had to deal with standing up to loved ones and defending ourselves that the emperor doesn't have any clothes on. And we were just two dumb kids, and no one paid attention to us, you know. Look at all the PhDs that believe the emperor's got new clothes on. Who are you to say he doesn't? Well, I got the proof.
There was something that must have made Hofmann feel trapped, like he couldn't be open and honest about that somehow you guys felt able to be open and honest. And I wonder what that difference might be. Maybe it's personality. I don't know. Do you have a
I don't know. Jerald is unusual in that at such an early age, that it mattered to him so much. Once it was presented to him, whether it was true or not, and he seriously looked at it. I mean, most 19-year-olds aren't driving out to Missouri in their old beat-up car to try to find answers and launching into a publishing career to detail all his research as he went through the year. So yeah, the question with Jerald comes up too. Why? I don't know. He just had a driven personality, but it drove him in a search for truth. Mark switched and was driven to play the same game and to try to be a greater con than Joseph Smith was.
And I actually thought about the parallel between you and Jerald and Mark Hofmann. It's almost like you guys had some similarities, including the amazing ability to remember lots of details. You both have that.
Yeah.
And the passion for the subject matter. You guys went on a path of truth at all costs. He went into a path of deception. But there's even parallels between Hofmann and you guys. Does that make you feel sad or
I don't know.
Disturbed?
I'm not sure. Whatever. It would depend on. I'd have to see your list.
But just an uncanny
Yes.
interest in and ability to remember church details, right?
Yes, Jerald and Mark would share a lot of similarities in that sense of the ability to recall detail, to hold things in their mind, and I guess Joseph Smith too, to be able to just hold all that information in your mind and then put it to different uses. But Joseph and Mark turned to a way of manipulating people and dishonesty. For Jerald, it was truly a quest for truth. And Jerald was about the most honest guy I've ever known. He just was, for whatever reasons, he was driven for the honest story of Mormonism.
Yeah. And part of me feels like you're kind of selling yourself short a little bit there because your memory of details also seems very extensive.
Yes, but it's not like Jerald. Jerald he didn't have photographic memory, but it was close. I could ask him about contents of books that he had read 30 years before, and he could just tell you right off, oh yeah, it's in the middle of that book, and go over and get it and find it. And I'm thinking, how could you do that? How can you remember that after that? I mean, I don't remember books like that. I have to make notes, I underline and everything to remember. Jerald just had it.
If you had to compare what you know of Mark Hofmann's memory and Jerald's,
I'd say they probably were pretty equal.
They were pretty equal. Yeah. Okay. Fascinating. Okay. So Hofmann, do you know anything else interesting about Hofmann before he goes on his mission that you remember?
No, not before he goes on his mission.
And then anything interesting about his mission that you want to say that you think is...
Well, even the documentary brought out that on his mission, he was buying rare books and shipping them home. So he had already started an idea of doing something more with Mormon church history. And he may not have formulated much of a plan yet, but you see the growing interest in being informed and having all the books he can that cover the topic. Also, the idea of making money off of it, that he's going to sell these to book dealers. So you have the seeds of his future life when he gets back from his mission, of the trajectory he plans on taking.
Yeah. So when he's investigating things on his mission, buying books, I think I read that he buys this Bible that he ends up using for his first real forgery.
Yeah.
Doesn't he buy that on his mission?
I don't remember the details on that, but I mean, all he has to do is buy E.D. Howe's Mormonism Unveiled, and if he has Brody's book, he's got everything he needs for that early period of Joseph's life, for the money-digging claims, the salamander idea.
Why the E.D. Howe book?
Because E.D. Howe's Mormonism Unveiled, printed in 1834, has statements by the neighbors of the Smiths that all tell about the early Smiths' money digging and magic involvement. So this gives Mark the foundational ideas for making up documents from that time period, what they were likely to cover, which was why the church leaders didn't immediately say, oh, your documents have to be a fraud, because they knew if you found something from that time period, it probably would sound like this. Mm-hmm. It would probably would have magic material that would be embarrassing.
Yeah.
In fact, when the Salamander letter was first publicly talked about, and the church news comes out with defenses of it, I thought to myself, excuse me, if you had taken this to my fanatic Mormon grandfather and showed him this Salamander letter, what would his response have been? His response, I'm sure, would have been, that's a big lie. That never could have happened. We know Joseph's story. And it would have just been a full stop denunciation, because I had enough of those myself with him. Yeah. I had a pretty good idea what his response would be. Okay, that's the response of a true believer. Why don't you get that kind of response from the church leaders? Because they already know if you found something from that time period, it very likely could revolve around magic and money digging. Hinckley would have known this. He did enough church history to know these things. And Dallin Oaks, too.
Interesting. So that's not necessarily a claim that the first presidency in the Quorum of the 12 in the 70s and 80s didn't believe the church was true.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
They probably believed it. I'm not saying that it shows the church leaders didn't believe Mormonism. I'm saying they knew the early church history was problematic.
Which also implies that they were hiding it.
They were hiding it because they were afraid you wouldn't be able to keep believing. They've been able to rationalize to themselves that these things don't matter, that it's all true. But if you showed them to the public, they might not be able to bridge that problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So do you see any indication that Hofmann was planning forgeries and, mapping kind of this all out on his mission?
That would be hard to know,
Okay.
But he's certainly getting informed because as he buys these different old exposés of Mormonism, he would be certainly building a picture of early Mormonism in his own mind. Now, we know in, what would the time frame been? In 1978, that's when he came to our bookstore. I didn't know it was him, but he came with this second anointing document. There's a one-page handwritten document that he claimed was from the 1900 time frame from the Salt Lake Temple, and shows it to me that this is this big find from his grandfather's attic, and he can't tell me who the family was. He couldn't tell me his name. Well, I didn't know it was Mark.
It was about what again? The document?
The document's about the second anointing ritual in the temple.
He comes to you with the document about that?
Yes, in 78. And I think it's maybe the start of his business of trying to float documents out to the public.
Now, why don't you remember that? Because he met with Jerald, or?
I don't remember that I didn't know Mark. Mark had been in the store before. He'd bought our Mormonism, Shadow or Reality because he tells that in something. It might be in the Silito book, but he said he had read our Shadow. But I don't remember meeting him. But after the Hofmann murders and the detectives start putting all the pieces together, they find this Mark Hofmann document in the Utah State University collection that Jeff Simmons, their curator, had bought from Mark, the Salt Lake Temple document on the second anointing. Well, then putting it all together, we backtrack it all to my files. I have this document. He came to me first with this document, and I said, well, it's interesting, but I don't know anything about second anointing stuff. And he gave me a photocopy of it, and I just put it in my file. Well, then he took it up to Jeff Simmons and told Jeff Simmons.
Was he trying to sell it to you?
Well, he never, he knew we were poor as church mice. So he never mentioned a price. He just floated it by me, I think, to see if I would find a discrepancy. And also to get people talking about it. One of the things you see in Mark's documents is that he always started rumors about the documents going around in the Mormon underground. Oh, did you hear the buzz? There's talk of a new document that's out there, and it helps to build credibility for your document. If more people talk about it, then it must be authentic. Everybody's accepting that this document exists. So I think he was trying to start a rumor through me about this second anointing document. Well, we didn't do anything with it. He took it up to Jeff Simmons, and Simmons bought it.
Did you get a photocopy of it?
Yeah, I have my files.
You have it right now?
Not with me.
Is that published in one of your books?
It's in the Tracking the White Salamander book, the photo of it. Yeah, but we didn't know it was a Mark document until after the murders. I didn't put the two together.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was even Mark.
Yeah.
But we know in 78, and we know the date because of when he went to Jeff Simmons. And he tells Jeff Simmons that, I showed this to the Tanners, But after he showed it to me and left me with a copy, I started getting calls from different people. Oh, I hear you've got a copy of a second anointing document. Well, where would they hear this? They had to hear it from Mark because I wasn't telling anyone. Out of the blue, someone say, oh, can I get a copy of the second anointing letter? And I'd have to tell them, I don't know anything about it. I just know this guy brought it in and claimed it was in his grandpa's papers. So then we later find out it was Mark's. But see, that's in 78.
That's 2 years before he really breaks on the scene.
Yes. And so I think he's...
Do you know how old he was in 80? I'm trying to...
I don't remember.
Okay.
So he's very shortly off his mission at 78.
Okay. So he would have been
young.
22, 23, something like that.
Yeah. And so he's already started the idea of a forgery business, and he's trying his hand at things. But see, that's a late document, 1900, but it is handwritten and has a rubber stamp on it, Salt Lake Temple. I don't know where he got, been easy to have just bought a stamp made up to say that, but I don't know what other documents he made in between that time and when he went public on his fines that he took to the church. So he had a couple of years there to perfect his skills on doing things.
Yeah.
It is really odd, though, when you look at Mark's handwriting. It's just terrible. It is juvenile. And it makes a real question of how can he write those documents in those smooth hands when he prints in such terrible printing. So I don't. Does he have a dual personality? Does somebody else show up and write documents? I don't know. But it is curious that the fellow that has chicken scratch printing is able to do all this 19th century handwriting.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. Okay, so let's just say he's planning this sometime between his mission and 1980, which is when he kind of breaks on the scenes. That's I either forgot about or didn't know that about the second anointing. This gets to my question that I'm most curious about is motive. I was listening to an interview of Richard Turley that he gave recently, and he gives some motives for Mark Hofmann. He wanted money. He hated authority. He just wanted to stick it to the man. And then I think the third thing he says is he wanted to rewrite history. And I have a fourth motive that I think is most interesting to me, which is this: he was hurt and or sad or angry about the church deceiving people, or he felt like the church was hypocritical. And he wanted to do a long game of exposing, my big two questions are, did he want to hurt the church or get back at the church for being so deceitful and dishonest? And did he want to take people out of the church because he would have known that they were under the church's influence and power, not from informed consent, but through deception? Do you have any thoughts about that? Any reactions, thoughts, feelings about that?
I don't think he had enough emotional interest in people that he would have been concerned about other people being deceived or the future of harming people through deception by the church. So but I think he wanted to force the church to own up to its problematic history. So yes, I think he was trying to get back at the church, not necessarily to rewrite church history, but to make them face what he felt their real history was. But I don't think he cared about whether the church was deceiving other people. I think he was...
Why not?
Because I don't know that he had that kind of empathy for future believers. I think his anger at the church for his own family and his own life... but I don't know how much he'd worry about other people being sucked in.
When you read about and I'm kind of sketchy on all this, but when you read about Jeffrey Dahmer, you find out these tales of him. and I could have this wrong, but like dissecting live animals as a kid, or just with kids in the neighborhood, super troubling kind of behaviors with Hofmann. Do we have any accounts from anyone that would say, A, that he just didn't care about other people all growing up, teen, adult, young adult, or B, that he did show the capacity to care? I mean, because clearly his wife loved him, his family loved him, all his ward members thought he was great. So do you have any reason to believe that prior to 1980, he didn't care about people?
No, I would say that my feeling on that comes more from the fact that he could so callously kill his friend Steve and lace the bomb with nails, which deliberately was intended to shred the man's insides, and that he could so callously put a bomb at the Sheets home that killed Kathy Sheets, and then he could dismiss it so easily by saying, well, anyone could have picked up the bomb. I mean, he just showed a total callousness, at least after the murders. When he was asked by the parole board, I think, about Kathy Sheets' death, it's like, well, she could have gone across the street and got hit by a car. So, I mean, a total disrespect for life or for people.
Yeah, and that was in part 3 of the documentary, and Margie was most interested in part 3. I think it was the most fascinating part. Yeah. What I'm trying to tease out is that the sort of justification, desperation, kind of like twisted, motivated reasoning that he acquires once he gets too far into the con and too far at personal risk and jeopardy, where he just starts to throw care and concern about others out the window? Is that something he develops between 80 and 85? Or do we have any reason to believe that that's how he always was?
Oh, boy, I don't know.
You're basing it on the 85, not on anything else.
I'm basing it on the end of his life, or the end of his career.
Yeah, who would know this question I'm asking about his show of empathy or caring or remorse prior to his forgeries? It's been a long time since I've looked at the Silito book called Salamander, but as I recall, I think they had a little more background on his early life. Yeah.
So maybe that would be, if I were looking for that, that's first place I would go check.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is you don't know about him as far as a motive, him caring about other people in the church broadly being deceived, but you hold open the possibility that he could have been angry at having been deceived,
right? Or
that maybe some of his immediate family members were deceived.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I think he also had the ego to think, I can pull off the ultimate deception. I can deceive the guys that perpetrate the deception.
So some ego there.
Yeah.
Because if I'm thinking, and what I want to do now is kind of jump into his forgeries.
Yeah.
But even the one I didn't have here is the second anointing one.
Yeah.
But as we start looking at the forgeries that he picked, and by the way, I learned from Jerald's book, not all of them were faith destroying.
Right.
He created some forgeries that would have been very faith promoting.
Right.
But when I think about the topics he's generally addressing in the forgeries that I'm aware of, which starts now with the second anointing document, but then when you think about the Joseph Smith III blessing, the letter to Josiah Stowell, the 1825 letter to Josiah Stowell, the Salamander Letter, and then if you think about him ultimately shooting for the McClellan Papers documents and the 116 pages, he seems to be picking some of the most volatile issues that would strike most at the heart of the church's truth claims. Now, part of the motivation could have been just because these are documents the church would have been motivated to care about and want to buy. But another possibility is it's like, no, once these documents get out there, and by the way, he made sure that they got out there, it's gonna be a way to wake people up about troubling church history when they were asleep about it or unwilling to face it by scholarly means, or otherwise were asleep to or just didn't care. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I don't know how much of that had been because he wanted to do something to help people as much as to embarrass the church. I think it was more a matter of getting back at the brethren to expose them as deceivers, that they don't really have the powers of discernment they claim. They can't even tell a forgery. So how can they have all this great knowledge about God and Joseph's visions and everything when I can make up documents that are just as good as Joseph's and they accept them as authentic? So I see it all as really getting back at the brethren.
You do think he was motivated by that?
Yeah. I think he wanted to embarrass them.
Do you think he wanted to take people out of the church, bring the church down?
Well, I don't know if bringing the church down is the same as trying to take people out of it, because I think that implies more care for people than I give him credit. But I think he would have been happy to have been the cause of Mormonism's collapse.
You think he did want that?
Yeah, I think he wanted to show the world that the whole thing was fraud from day one. And he could do it as good as Joseph Smith.
Yeah, because if we're trying to pursue this theory that he had some type of conscience, at least originally, and had his own emotional profile of sadness or anger or frustration, then if he's trying to take the church down for being deceivers, you have to answer the question, how could he justify being a deceiver to expose the church as deceivers? It would show hypocrisy, either hypocrisy and or cleverness, thinking that he's being clever. Like I'll beat them at their own game.
Yes.
What do you have?
I think it's trying to beat them at their own game. Yeah.
You think so? I didn't mean to plant that statement.
No, I think that's true. That he was trying to. Yes, he was going to one-upmanship on Joseph Smith. He could do it better than he did.
Yeah. Yeah, that if Joseph was deceitful and if the church has been deceitful, what better way to expose them as deceitful than by being even better at deceit than them? Do you think that...
Well, I don't think he wanted to be known as a deceiver at the beginning. I mean, once he went to prison, then he's glad to be known as the greatest forger in history. But I don't know that he early on was aiming for that reputation. I don't know if he wanted to be found out. I guess one could speculate that subconsciously maybe he wanted to be found out. But he seems to be just trying to keep a con going of... I don't know what he'd planned to do after the 116 pages, but obviously all the Martin Harris documents were trying to establish Martin's handwriting so that when he finally came up with something that as a part of the 116 pages of the Book of Mormon, that they would test it against the handwriting samples that Mark had given them earlier that he had written. So who knows what he would have tried after 116 page. That would have been a fascinating thing if he'd have really done that.
Yeah. Yeah, and part of what gets this really mixed up is that it becomes his livelihood at some point. So he's got a wife, he's got kids, he's got to make a living. He takes that leap of faith at some point where he tells Dory, I'm going to do this for a living. And then once he's in, this is his reputation, this is his livelihood. And that can really change you when your livelihood and the livelihood that you're supposed to provide for your family is all wrapped up together. And so I can see those 5 years as really being a lot of pressure on him to pull this off and make this all succeed. And it becomes a Ponzi scheme at some point, you know?
Yes, and that sounds very much like Joseph Smith.
Why?
Because once he realized he had to support his family, he's got to keep coming up with something more to keep his church together, to keep it going. You have to keep coming up with new scriptures, new claims to keep the following, because along the way he gets a lot of people mad and they drop out. But he finds himself in the same problem as Mark. You got to keep coming up with something exciting to keep the following and keep them to believe you when things don't work out. Just like Mark can't come up with the documents to supply all his claims, working himself into a financial hole. You have Joseph Smith coming up with all kind of claims and getting the church into financial difficulty. And then he's got to come up with more claims, more discoveries to get people re-engaged and all excited. We're going to go build Zion. Well, we're going to do it in Independence. Well, no, and that got scuttled. So we're going to do it in Kirtland. That scuttled. We're going to do it in Far West. No, well, okay, we're going to do it in Nauvoo.
And then maybe Texas, right?
Yeah, Texas or Oregon, somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So if it's okay, let's talk about each of the big forgeries that were Mormon related, because obviously there's the Freeman and Emily Dickinson stuff and lots of things that he did outside of Mormonism, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about just anything you want to share that you think is interesting about the actual forgeries that he did, right? Is that okay?
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I don't know how well I can remember them all.
So the first one was the Anthon transcript, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he break on the scene with that one? That
yeah, it was glued in the Bible. Yeah, and that was interesting, the documentary, that they said that his wife and him opened the Bible pages at his house, because I thought that it was done with Jeff Simmons up at the university in Logan. I hadn't heard before that it had been with Dory first. Now, it could be in one of the early books on Hofmann, and I've maybe forgotten it, but I don't remember that as being told before, that Dory helped pry those pages open in her kitchen. So if that's the case, then Mark glued it back together and took it back up to Simmons to make Simmons feel like he was part of the big discovery of opening the pages and finding this document. So the document itself is very clever. One of the things Mark did on some of his letters was try to recreate something that was mentioned at some time but wasn't preserved, and then he could claim that he found it, like the Joseph Smith III blessing, like something that historians knew supposedly happened, but no evidence, so he comes up with a document. And so with the Anthon transcript, there was the question for years of whether the copy we have is actually the one that Martin would have taken to Professor Anthon. And we always knew that Anthon gave a little different description of the Anthon transcript than the one that's typically reproduced in the church's books. So Mark capitalizes on the fact that there is this other description of the Anthon transcript, and there is a question as whether the Anthon script we always have seen is the actual original one, or is Whitmer's copy just a copy. So he makes up his own that would fit what Anthon says he remembers, to make it in the long columns with a circular object at the end that looked kind of like a Maya calendar or something. So
Did you say Whitmer? Did you mean Harris? Did you say Whitmer?
Well, Whitmer owned the Anthon transcript. And
Okay.
And so I was just distinguishing the Anthon transcript from Mark's.
Okay.
So Mark makes his like the one that's described in E.D. Howe's book where he has the letter from Anthon.
Got it.
And so Mark's clever in that way to make it sound like something that Anthon described so that everyone can say, oh, wow, we got the original. And so that would make it even worth more money that it was the original behind the one the church had always printed.
Yeah. And so the Anthon transcript, as I researched it, it's supposed to be in Joseph Smith's handwriting. And it's supposed to be, let's see, it's supposed to be the document that Harris
takes to
Anthon with the reformed Egyptian characters on it for him to demonstrate it, right?
Right.
And the church acquires this, right? And they publish it. Am I right?
Oh, yeah. I think it was a big color photo of it in the Ensign, I believe.
So they didn't hide it and squirrel it away.
Oh, well, no, this is faith promoting. Isn't this wonderful?
Isn't that interesting?
Yes, this is a very faith promoting document.
So we can see, that's an example of where when the church finds something that's faith promoting, they're super eager to publish it and share it with everybody.
Right.
That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I even read, I think in Jerald's research or yours, that Hugh Nibley said that it helped to prove the authenticity of the Book of Mormon. So that also shows how apologists are willing to take anything, even something that's fake, and use it to bolster their claims because it's motivated reasoning. It's confirmation bias.
Right. And
True?
I think that Nibley and guys at the BYU were hoping the whole thing could be translated, and we're all excited about it. And I know a guy by the name of Barry Fell, who's another eccentric guy, not Mormon, but he even claimed to be able to translate the first lines of this. And
right, yeah,
yeah. But
that was a BYU professor, right?
Yeah. So how do you translate a forgery? Of course. That gets you back to Kinderhook plates, but that's another story.
Yeah, it sure does. Do you remember when the Anthon transcript came out at first? And
I don't remember the year.
No. Sorry. Do you remember you and Jerald seeing it and reacting to it and what you thought about it?
Oh, we were all excited, and yes, we were. Oh well, there were all of these stories that people trying to figure out what the writing was, what kind of characters were on there. And there were these stories that it was some Indian tribe in New York, and I can't remember now which one it was, that this was probably in their script or something. And so I go up to the library and I'm researching these Indian scripts.
Because you're trying to find out where...
We want to find out where this came from.
What the chicken scratch characters, basically, or not?
Is this an actual language? Is it copied from something? If Mark made it up, if anyone made it up, what were they using? What could the characters be? Are they a real language? And so there are all sorts of claims that it came from some early Indian script or something. Or was it from... a magic book, or was it Masonic writing script? And I spent so many hours at the library looking up every kind of silly script that anyone even thought might have influenced it, and was getting nowhere with the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember? So were you and Jerald in 1980 primed to ask as the first question, is this authentic? Was forgery even on your mind? Had you had enough experiences in rare documents, in historical documents, to always sort of ask that as the first question? Or did you guys just kind of say, this must be true, this must be valid, this must be authentic?
Well, we had a situation back in, what was it, the 60s. We had quoted Oliver Cowdery on a pamphlet he supposedly wrote, A Defense and a Rehearsal of My Grounds from Separating Myself from the Latter-day Saints or something, some big long title like that. And we had printed up a pamphlet that had statements by the three witnesses. Of course, originally, when we left Mormonism, we still believed the Book of Mormon. And so we'd printed up this thing, the statements by the three witnesses, with one, the Tiffany Monthly article with Martin Harris, and then David Whitmer's An Address All Believers in Christ, and the Cowdery defense. Well, Professor Richard Anderson came up from BYU to our little bookstore in our front room and challenged us on that publication and said the Cowdery defense is not authentic. You guys shouldn't be publishing that. If you want to be really known for seeking out the truth, then you should discard that because it isn't factual. And we thought, well, that it never occurred to us that it wasn't, because Cowdery's defense was quoted by B.H. Roberts. It was quoted by Fawn Brody. Historians generally accepted it as real. So Jerald went on a big study trying to figure out if Cowdery's defense was authentic, and also a supposed statement of Cowdery's when he came back into the church in Council Bluffs. So, end result, Jerald had determined by studying the wording of Cowdery's defense with early writings of Cowdery that someone had fabricated this around 1900 using Cowdery's earlier writings that were published in, I don't know, Messenger and Advocate or whatever, and invented this document. So Jerald had already been through this question of what's authentic, and it turned out that Cowdery's defense wasn't authentic, and we came out with a pamphlet stating that and telling why. And we got pushback on that. Fawn Brody and Juanita Brooks both wrote us and said they still believed it was authentic, and they thought we were premature in declaring it a fraud, and they were going to go on using it. And
wow. So you guys knew better than Fawn Brody and Juanita Brooks. That's not many people can make that claim. That's amazing.
Well, yeah. And Jerald was convinced he was right. Well, of course, Richard Anderson was convinced he was right, too, because Richard Anderson, a believing Mormon, didn't want to believe the documents, but would have liked them to be true. But Jerald said, no, they aren't authentic. I can't use them anymore.
Wow.
So he'd already looked at things that way. And there were some other things that came up after that, and I don't remember now right off. But yeah, so the question of forgery, of fabricated writings, of false claims, had been there, not in a big way, but we were aware that not everything is what it claims to be. So in 1980, yeah,
when the Anthon transcript comes out, did you remember trying to authenticate it or not? I know Jerald probably writes about this in his book.
Well, we hoped that it was authentic, but we were trying to figure out. Joseph Smith had to make it up. I mean, we weren't thinking that Mark made it up, but Joseph Smith had to make it up because we didn't believe
yeah, right.
that it represented a real language. And so how did Joseph Smith make it up?
Right.
So we're trying to figure out what he was looking at.
Okay.
The mother had bought tea from China. Did she have a box sitting on the kitchen table that had Chinese scratches on it? That what could have influenced him to come up with these particular characters? So we were trying to find out how Joseph fraudulently produced this, not how Mark did it.
Interesting. So this, unlike the Salamander Letter that we'll talk about later, that Jerald famously detected as a fraud, you were both sort of like, is it okay to say they fooled by the?
Yes, we thought, okay, we accepted that as an authentic Joseph Smith production. We did not accept it as representing something truly copied off the plates.
Okay, that's interesting. Anything else you want to say about the Anthon transcript that's worth mentioning?
I don't know right off.
So there's nothing controversial about it to believing Mormons. It was considered
Well, it would be controversial in the fact that any scholar looking at it would know it was not authentic Indian writing. So it would be critical. It would be another way for an outsider to see that the Book of Mormon couldn't be true because this is no real language.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And now do we know where Hofmann got those chicken scratches? Do we even know?
Well, he could have used stuff from magic books. There were a lot of magic script in books of the day that wouldn't have necessarily been real popular, but they were out there. The Magus, I don't remember the different names of things that he could have seen. It could have been influenced by the Masonic script. They had their own script.
So just to be clear, we don't have any surviving documents that purport to show characters from the original golden plates that you're aware of. Am I right about that?
Well, the Anthon transcript that the church has always owned goes back to Joseph's day, whether it's the Whitmer made a copy of it or whether it's the original one that went to Anthon. That is the script that the early church all accepted as the type of characters that would have been on the plates.
Okay.
So there's not a question that was what, for instance, in Nauvoo, that was the script that they all would have believed, whatever form they saw it in, the kind of letters, writing script is what's on the Anthon transcript.
Okay. I'm going to ask my listeners to forgive me. I just want to make sure I understand. So there is an Anthon transcript separate from the one that Hofmann.
Right.
And tell me one more time what that is.
It's a piece of paper that's oblong and has, 14 lines or something on it of script. And it's printed in like the Encyclopedia of Mormonism, if you look up Anthon transcript. Well, I'm sure on the church's website, if you just type in Anthon transcript or the Joseph Smith Papers website, type in Anthon transcript. Wikipedia would have it, the Anthon transcript. And it's an oblong piece of writing as opposed to Mark's, which goes up and down in columns. These are horizontal lines on the genuine Anthon transcript. But there is a question amongst historians whether the Anthon transcript that the church has and publishes photos of, whether that literally is the piece of paper that was handed to Anthon.
Okay.
They think that...
Do we know who wrote it? Who,
you mean originally or the one they have?
The one they have.
The one they have, I think, I believe they think it's one of the Whitmers.
Okay.
Hand that writes it out. And so
but they don't know for sure. It's not a letter.
No, it's just that chicken scratches across that page.
That they think the Whitmers wrote, and they're not sure if it was what was given to Anthon or not. They
believe what's written on the paper, what was on the Anthon transcript. They just don't know if it is a copy of it.
Got it. I'm sorry. Thank you for explaining.
No, if you question it, others would have the same question.
Yeah.
But the characters themselves are reproduced in some church documents, I believe, in the 1840s. We just don't know what the piece of paper looked like that was literally taken to Anthon, but evidently people made copies of the script. So we know what the letters supposedly look like.
So did Hofmann just copy the characters from the Anthon transcript that we do have a copy of to his forgery? Are they basically mapped out parallel, or are they different?
No, he's got, I think some of them, but he's got some other characters on it as well that we didn't know what to make out of.
Okay. So he added to it.
Yeah, it's a composite.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. So a second one that I have on my list is the Joseph Smith III blessing. And obviously this is relevant because it challenges the validity of Brigham Young as a successor to Joseph Smith, saying that Joseph Smith intended. That, to me, shows that Mark Hofmann's trying to fool with Orthodox Mormon LDS Church members' belief that Brigham Young was the legitimate successor. And it's basically pulling in the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ to sort of lend weight to their claim that Joseph Smith III. And there must have been, and I'm certain there were, at least perceptions that, or a general folk knowledge that Joseph had blessed his own son, Joseph Smith III, to be a successor.
Mark made up many of his documents on the basis of they could have been true because there's something that existed at one time, but weren't currently available. And so we didn't have an original document of Joseph Smith giving a blessing to his son. However, I think in such places as, I think it's the Temple Lot case, which would be in the 80s. I'm reaching back here, people. That in the Temple Lot case, which was over the Reorganized Church and the Temple Lot Church of Christ, over who owned a piece of property. But the Mormon Church got called in to give testimony on different points as well. So in this Temple Lot case came up the question of the Joseph Smith anointing or designating his son to be a successor. And so you have testimony of people saying, yes, this blessing was given and that it should be his son. But they didn't have an actual physical piece of paper that had this written on it. So there were people who said they remembered such a blessing being given, but they didn't have something where Joseph Smith wrote it down. So Mark fills the void. Here's a thought. Now, that'd be a good document to make up. Everyone already knew that something like this event happened. What we don't have is a piece of paper from the time period where it's really stated. And if we had something like that, that'd be worth a lot of money because that'd be really embarrassing to the Mormon Church. And if they didn't want it, the Reorganized Church probably would.
Right. So do you remember how Mark shopped that around? Do you remember?
No, but I don't remember how he showed it to people, but the gossip was going around through the underground that, oh, wow, there's this new document coming out. There's this blessing that's been found, and we're all scurrying to try to figure out what's the historical background for the Joseph Smith III blessing, and we all had vague ideas that... You
thought something was coming down the pike.
Yeah.
He had probably planted...
Oh, he always would leak stuff. And that's so funny because Mark could do it himself. I mean, we know now that he would make the leaks. And then he would say, oh, dear, things have been leaked. Well, I wonder how that started.
Yeah.
But it's like a double whammy, I guess, at the church when they'd try to buy something to hide it up, but then he'd leak it out so people would know about it.
Yeah, right. Well, so what I read just in my investigations preparing for this, that first of all, that this Joseph Smith the Third blessing letter had a cover letter that was allegedly by Thomas Bullock in 1865, where he's chastising Brigham Young for having copies of the blessing destroyed. Now, do you know who this Thomas Bullock character is?
Thomas Bullock was a secretary for Brigham Young.
Okay. And so what Hofmann's doing is not only... And the original Joseph Smith III letter was supposed to be in whose hand? According to Hofmann, when he forges it, do you remember?
I don't remember now.
Is it Joseph Smith saying his own son should be the successor?
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be his wording, but Joseph very rarely wrote anything down.
So
he always used described.
So the letter would have been Joseph Smith potentially with the scribe, basically saying, my dear son, you will be my successor. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And then Hofmann includes with that a cover letter by this Bullock guy chastising Brigham Young for destroying copies of the original. And this is significant because it's Hofmann basically trying to signal to all of us that Brigham Young was destroying evidence and or keeping it from the members. That feels like kind of significant, right? He's trying to basically...
he builds more drama into the whole thing and tries to paint a picture of the early church leaders as deceptive in how they're handling things. And I mean, people had problems with Brigham Young taking over. There would have been some pushback from some people that would feel he wasn't the rightful one to lead the church. So you could build in tension into your document that would fit what some people possibly could have felt. I don't know that Thomas Bullock would have felt that way, but Mark puts it in there to add drama to the whole thing. But it makes another level of forgery. You got to do 2 forgeries now. You got to forge that letter and you got to forge the blessing document.
But I mean, the central issue for many of us that became radicalized or activated or became activists was, are the brethren intentionally deceiving us?
Yes.
And so in this act, to me, as I'm looking back, he's seems to be thinking about this thing that all of us are wondering. I mean, I get kind of, one of the number one questions, I always get 2 big questions, and you get questions all the time. My biggest 2 are, is the church in decline? Is this the time where the church is really going to be in decline? Ex-Mormons and people who feel defrauded are just always eager for the church to have its comeuppance, right? But then the second is, do the brethren know they're deceiving people? Are they intentionally deceiving people, either as non-believers or as believers that are just okay with deceiving people? And I'm just saying that this appears like Hofmann is trying to make that point to all of us, that the brethren, starting with at least Brigham Young, if not sooner, are intentionally destroying or hiding evidence so that the members won't know the true story.
Well, yes, Mark's trying to do that. One of the amazing things, to the church's credit, I guess, is that they don't seem to actually have destroyed that much now since the 1900s. Now, maybe they did under Brigham Young. I don't know. But the amazing thing has been, for the historians, the church has preserved everything. So that's why we have all this great history now, is as the archives are open, they're finding all sorts of stuff that we didn't know about before. Because I have to take that little sidetrack on that one. I think there's a problem with Mountain Meadow Massacre. I think there was some documents, I suspect, destroyed on that one. That may have been a bridge too far. that they may have had to dispose of some pages of diaries and things on that. But it is amazing how much the church has saved that has turned out to be embarrassing to it.
I mean, that's fair view to acknowledge. Of course, we don't know what's been destroyed because it's been destroyed, right? There is kind of the question of like the remaining missing pages out of the Joseph Smith 1832 journal that, we know that the First Vision account got pasted back, but I'm continually told that there are other pages still missing.
Right. And they may be in some repository someplace else. I mean, maybe Joseph Fielding Smith had his own vault at home or something, who knows? But I think that on certain really sensitive things like Mountain Meadow Massacre, I think there were things that were destroyed in the way of diaries or pages out of diaries.
Yeah. But you're not aware of a lot of other things.
But I'm not sure about other things.
And the only deal is we wouldn't know, would we?
And how would we know?
Yeah.
Unless you were looking at diaries and could show that pages were missing.
Yeah.
There's no way to know.
But you feel it's fair to conclude that Hofmann, through this Bullock cover letter, was basically trying to accuse Brigham Young of hiding and destroying information from the members.
Right.
I wonder why he would make that accusation. What do you think?
True.
What do you think?
Well, it reminds me of when we questioned Mark's documents in '84, and I passed out a pamphlet at Sunstone of Jerald's questioning of the Salamander Letter, and Mark came back down to see me the next day, and he was just so amazed that we would attack his documents because he thought we were on his side of trying to expose the church, and that we would be putting the skids on his document deals to get more of this great stuff. You know, you don't want to hamper my efforts here to acquire all the true history. And then he gives me this big sales pitch about he was in touch with the descendant of the Thomas Bullock family, and that Bullock had saved all kind of financial papers of Brigham Young, and that this would show how the church had misused funds, and Brigham had spent all this money on his own personal pursuits, and it would have all this damning evidence against the church. And if I kept persisting in questioning his documents, the Bullock family might back out of the deal with Mark. And so I needed to lay low on any of this so he could get these Bullock papers. He was a very good salesman. I mean, I just bought it hook, line, and sinker.
At that point,
At that point, yeah, I thought, oh, wow, gee, there's going to be all this great Bullock stuff. But see, he was playing to my interest in Brigham Young and the Brigham Young estate.
Because you're a Young.
Because I'm a descendant of Brigham Young. Yeah. And so he's trying to play to that interest to get me to shut up.
Did that make you?
No, because Jerald came home after Mark left, and I tell this to Jerald, just so excited. There's going to be all this Bullock stuff coming out on finances. And Jerald's like, yeah, and I got a bridge in Brooklyn I want to sell you. You know.
So were there no Bullock papers?
No.
He was making that up?
No, he's just making it all up. I don't know. Maybe he's going to try to produce some. But no, he didn't have any line on the Bullock family. But he knew how to play to people's interests. Well, like, what is it? Brent Ashworth, he asked Brent one day, is there any documents you're particularly interested in? Brent gives him... he wants a particular thing. Was it a letter of Joseph Smith or something that he wanted? And, okay, I'll keep a lookout on that. And I think it's within the week that he calls Brent up and tells him, oh, hey, I got this great letter for you. That is like made to order document finding.
That's sketchy. That's so sketchy. Did that make Brent wonder?
Evidently not.
Oh, no. Oh, that's just, that's so funny and tragic. Okay, so going back to this Joseph Smith III letter, what I read, you have to correct me, is that he tries to sell it to the LDS Church, because obviously at this point it's a document the church would want to own and potentially hide.
Yeah.
The church apparently balks at the price from what I read.
Yes.
So then he takes it to the RLDS Church and then starts like a bidding war.
Yes,
do you remember the story?
I don't remember the story well enough, but I remember all of that back and forth between the two groups. And then finally, the reorganized church gets it, and then the Mormon church buys it. The church gets it, and they trade it back to the reorganized church. And the reorganized church has to give the church a Book of Commandments, which would have been worth a lot of money. And a bunch of different documents.
I read there was an original Book of Mormon in there.
Was there?
Yeah, the first edition Book of Mormon. But did Hofmann get paid? What did Hofmann get for giving up that? Do we know?
I don't remember what he got paid, but he had to get paid some bucks for it.
So the church, your memory is the church did pay him for that.
Well, the question would be whether the church paid him.
Or
was it some member that the church got to buy it for them?
yeah.
They would often have a front buyer so that they had deniability, which I think shows some funny aspects of the church, that they can't buy stuff outright. They have to have a front buyer. So they have deniability that no, we don't have it. We didn't buy it. They did this in a sense, on the Joseph Smith papyri when they got it from the Metropolitan Museum. The museum
In the 60s, right?
Yeah, back in 68, 67, the church wants to acquire the papyri that the Metropolitan Museum has, and the Metropolitan Museum turns it over to them. But then in Dialogue, they have an interview with the curator at the Metropolitan, and they ask him, well, is this typical that you just give stuff out? Oh, no, there had to be a trade. And so the Mormon Church tapped this mission president in the East. In fact, I think his last name was Christensen. But they tapped this mission president who buys a couple of statues that he donates to the Metropolitan, which makes it possible for the Metropolitan to gift the papyri to the church. So the church can say, we didn't buy it.
A lot of people ask me in connection with this documentary, why does the church use front buyers? What would be a charitable explanation, and then your most cynical or realistic explanation for why the church uses front buyers?
They would not want to have the publicity of them spending all this money on things that members might question or wonder why the church was acquiring things.
So they don't want tithing funds.
Church members might be upset that their tithing money was being spent to purchase all these different kind of documents and things.
Also, they get someone else to pay for it, right? Potentially?
Yes. Well, so then this mission president, I assume, gets to claim on his tithing that he donated all this money to the church or something. So it protects the church. And then if it's a document they don't want to own up to, they have deniability. And I think they did that with Mark Hofmann's stuff. And that's why, like on the McClellan collection, that Mark's trying to broker a deal where the church will buy the McClellan collection sight unseen, and Mark will be the holder of the documents, not turn them over to the church. So then the church would have deniability. We've never seen the McClellan collection, and we don't have it. But that's why they wanted Steve Christensen to see the collection. He was to verify there was such a collection before the church would pay for the documents. And unfortunately, Christensen was getting leery of Mark's financial dealings. And Mark couldn't produce enough documents to satisfy Christensen that he had the kind of collection that he had told the church he had. And so that sealed Christensen's fate, which is a real unfortunate thing. He just was friends with the wrong person.
Yeah.
But it shows the church's, to me, effort at hiding their transactions, hiding the documents, not having to go public to explain all these things. That the fact that they wanted Mark to keep the documents says they weren't interested in preserving their history. They're interested in preserving the history away from their files.
Right. Well, this, and I'll just say, just to close out the discussion of the Joseph Smith III blessing, that apparently when Mark gives up the Joseph Smith III blessing and gives it to the church, he also made sure the New York Times knew about it, and And so it wasn't until the New York Times runs the story that then the church acknowledges that they in fact knew about or had this document. Is that what you remember?
So that's what Mark was famous for, was always letting the cat out of the bag. So even though originally things were supposed to be done secretly, they end up publicly leaked somehow. And so the New York Times ends up with stories on his documents that the church had not thought would be made public.
And that also, it makes me wonder about his motives, because as I'm thinking of, if I'm Mark Hofmann and I've got this document that no one else has, and I know that the church will pay big bucks to hide something, then what I would want to do is not tell anyone, sell it to the church for a crap load of money, and then never tell the media, because then the church will be like, oh my gosh, this guy's supplying us with all the damaging documents. We can trust him. He's keeping it secret, and we'll want to work with him more because we'll know that whatever we gobble up, he will keep our confidences. And so it seemed like him dribbling out the evidence of these documents to the New York Times and others, in some sense, number one, potentially put at jeopardy his credibility with the church as being trustworthy. Does that make sense?
Right. He's risking losing his main buyer. However, if it's just as satisfying to him to embarrass the church, he can always leak them out himself when he sells them to some other buyer. He just doesn't get as much money for it, but he can still accomplish the same goal by just going to some other buyer.
I guess I'm just saying that if he was just looking for money alone,
right,
he would have never wanted these things ever be leaked. He would have maybe been motivated to make sure they never got leaked. Am I making any sense?
Right.
Do you think that logic?
Yes. If your only goal was to make money on the deals, you wouldn't leak out the transactions and what the documents were. The fact that he does leak things out shows that part of the motivation was to embarrass the church, not just to get money from them.
Yeah, and I just think that's important because I want to see, I want to think that I don't know why I mean he's a murderer, so and he's a liar,
yeah, this
is weird. I'm like on the fly inspecting my own motives, but I guess I've seen so many people get hurt and so many people be deceived, so many suicides, so many broken families, so many divorces, so many lives misled under false pretenses, that I want to think that people in this game at their core are upset about that there's somewhere, and obviously there's some people, even friends that I have are activists, that go too far, right?
Yeah.
But I want to think that something that we all kind of have in common is sadness of betrayal and or outrage. And I want to think, as I'm trying to explore his motives, I keep wanting to think about whether that was at least part of what he was doing. I'm coming back to something we've already covered.
Yes. Yeah. So it's half greed and it's half vindication.
Yeah.
Vindictive storytelling.
Yeah. And I'm returning to it because I'm trying to think about the evidence along the way.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to use motivated reasoning to just prove my thesis. I'm really trying to be fair about it. Yeah. But anyway, okay. So I was wondering whether the church, once this, he gives them the document, then it comes out in the New York Times. Would that have been something that made the church go, we don't want to deal with this Hofmann guy anymore. Everything he shares with us gets leaked. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, you'd think that they would be leery, but then they're also worried about what he might turn up. So they're caught in the horns of a dilemma of, what if he found some more stuff that we wouldn't want out there? We cut off our chances of containing.
He's too powerful.
Yeah. So Mark could embarrass us a lot with bringing out his documents if he doesn't go through us.
And I wonder if Mark was careful to like let them know, people know about this one, you know what I mean? So that they wouldn't be surprised when it came out. Or maybe he would have told them that other people leaked it to the New York Times so that, because I would think he would want to make sure he wasn't suspected as the leaker to the church.
Right. Well, I didn't suspect him at first of being the leaker.
You didn't?
No, I just thought, he's shown the document to somebody else and they've told their friend, who then told their friend.
Other people are the leakers.
Yeah.
Would he tell you when he showed you stuff, don't tell other people, keep this secret?
Well, we never got the first round of talking with him. He went more to the inner group of his associates.
Which would have been Metcalf and...
Yeah, those, and different researchers that he would have known from BYU, contacts that he had developed, and Brent Ashworth or whatever.
Who were his closest confidants, do you think?
Well, his closest one that never got mentioned in the video was Lyn Jacobs. And Lyn was quite a fascinating guy in his own right. In fact, I thought after the bombings and everything came out, I wondered if Lyn had maybe helped Mark with his forgeries. But I talked to the detectives about him when they were trying to look into the whole case. I said, well, have you looked into Lyn as a possible collaborator
Accomplice,
with Hofmann? And the detective, Ken Farnsworth, said, yes, they looked very hard at Lyn, but they couldn't find a money trail that they felt was significant to show a sharing of the wealth from the documents, so that they didn't see anything that would suggest that kind of involvement. He had helped Mark front a couple of documents for sale, but nothing that the investigators felt would indicate that he had helped to make them. Unfortunately, Lyn died a few years later, and so we don't have him to
Do we know how?
ask about it.
How did Lyn die?
I believe he died of AIDS.
Oh. I don't know anything about Lyn.
He was, he always reminded me of a Shakespearean actor. He had a very dramatic look, striking look. Dark curly hair, dark mustache, beard thing that just made him look theatrical. And very smart, very intelligent guy. And of the two, Mark and Lyn, I would have said if I were looking for a forger, I'd been looking at Lyn, because Lyn came across as smart and cunning and with a flair that I could have seen writing these early documents. Mark came across as just this nondescript, mousy guy. But then I guess that's Mark's genius, that he didn't look like he could perpetrate something like that. But I always wondered about Lyn, but he may have been a victim like everyone else. I don't know.
So this is, these days, these questions are always kind of fraught or complicated to ask. But if Lyn Jacobs died of AIDS, one would assume that he might have been gay.
Yes, he was gay.
Okay. I had this question not knowing anything about Lyn, and I don't know why, but hearing, I think it was hearing Mark Hofmann's voice when they played recordings of his voice in the documentary. His voice sounded really weird to me, and I thought, is that an actor or is his voice distorted? Did you have any thoughts about Mark Hofmann's voice?
Well, it was, it was a little high and odd. one of the recordings they had on the video, though, I felt was played at a little higher pitch. And as soon as I heard it, I thought, I don't think that pitch is quite right. But most of them that are at a slightly lower pitch rang true to me that that's what Mark sounded like. And whether that's an affected type of speech he had for whatever reason, but that's what he sounded like.
Yeah. Have you ever heard any speculation or rumors that Mark Hofmann might have been gay?
Back when the whole thing was going on, even before the documents, even before the murders, there was speculation around the investigation that it seemed like there were a number of gay people in the mix with Mark. And so there was some speculation. Now, this would be partly coming from our talks with the detective Ken Farnsworth. We got to be kind of friends with him, but who is dead now. But Ken was asking questions about all the gays that seemed to be around Mark. That was this some sort of gay retribution against the church, some sort of gathering of disgruntled former members that had an axe to grind over their treatment of being gay. And so there was questions about so the guys around Mark all got this questioning look from people, are you part of the gay crowd that's friends with Mark?
So it was your understanding that
there was
many of
thought.
his associates, Mark's associates, were gay.
Some thought they were. I don't know how many of them actually were.
Okay.
But there was this question in straight people that I talked to that were wondering, it looked like there were a bunch of gay friends around Mark. So was this a gay reaction against the church? And of course, the other side was, look at the different ones that are married in the group. We know in Mormonism that doesn't necessarily mean anything because a lot of the gays got married back then.
And still do.
Yeah. And so that wouldn't solve the issue. So it was a question that was discussed at the time. And I don't know, was Mark gay? I have no idea, but he was married and had kids. So who knows?
Did investigators ever... Are you aware of any conclusions that they drew looking into that?
Well, I think they dropped it because they couldn't make any conclusion on it. And it looked like more and more like Mark was just working alone and that the people that were around him were just victims that got sucked into his lies and really thought that his documents were authentic. So I think it became a dead end for the investigators. They didn't see what they could make out of it.
Did you draw a conclusion in your mind about Mark?
No, it's just one of those questions that sits back at the back of your mind. I mean, we knew that Lyn was, but I didn't know what to make of any of the others.
Because that would be another, if that were true, that would be another level of anger or frustration. And I don't know why I even had that thought, but there must.
It was a question at the time.
Yeah.
So and who do we look at? If we're looking at Mark, did he have help with the documents? If he had help, who would have been the helpers? And what would have been their motive?
Yeah. So I thank you for sharing about Lyn Jacobs, and we got there by asking who the people were that were closest to him. Who else would you list as the people closest to him, including the obvious ones?
Well, Shannon Flynn and Brent Metcalf. I don't know who else would be in his close-in circle. I mean, obviously he had a lot of dealings with Kurt Bench, but I don't know if I would list him as necessarily a friend of Mark's.
Okay. So the next letter, and the one that I think is potentially the biggest smoking gun as it relates to an instance where it appears as though the church literally purchased, scooped up a document, hid it, lied about it, and then only made it available once it got called out on it, was the 1825 Joseph Smith letter to Josiah Stowell. Now, I can give my best description of the letter, or do you want to?
You give your description of it.
And you can correct me. Okay. So apparently this is a letter. It's one page. It's supposedly written in Joseph Smith's hand. It's dated June 18th, 1825. It's to Josiah Stowell, and those who are into Mormon history will know that when Joseph Smith ends up going to the Susquehanna area, boarding with Isaac and Emma Hale.
No, not the Hales. Oh, yeah, the Hales. Okay, sorry.
To dig in the silver mine for Josiah Stowell, and that's where he ends up getting really in trouble and getting the reputation, making Emma's dad hate him. But it's also where he meets Emma and ends up eloping with her. So this is that Josiah Stowell. It's the guy that Joseph Smith and his dad end up doing treasure digging with to find the silver mine. So Mark Hofmann knows about that story. And so he thinks, I'll write a letter that's supposedly from Joseph Smith to Josiah Stowell, sort of pre-counseling him about tips and tricks on how to treasure dig. And it mentions treasure being guarded by clever spirits. It mentions the use of a hazel stick as kind of a treasure detector, that you cut it and cleave it, and then somehow it responds to treasure that it finds, a dowsing rod, so to speak. And it has Joseph basically saying something to the effect of, if I have time, maybe I'll come out and help you later. Okay, so those are my memories of kind of what the document says. Anything else you want to add to that from your memory?
No,
Does that sound right? Does that sound right?
Yeah, on the letter, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. And then so do you remember when that letter comes out, and do you remember what you and Jerald might have thought of it? Anything you remember about that?
Well, when it came out, we were all excited because this would fit right in with what we knew about Joseph Smith and his magic involvement, and the details in it would certainly sound historically accurate in documents that Mark would have had available to him. He could have found quotes from the Wayne Sentinel, the newspaper in Joseph Smith's area, that had published articles about witch hazel rods and about money diggers, seer stones, guarding spirits, and that type of thing. And I don't remember specifically, but I imagine they're probably referenced in Brody, and they're referenced in our material. So Mark would have been aware of that kind of activity that could be shown in Joseph's neighborhood that he would know the church would also be privy to, so that he knew it would fit what they could imagine could have been in a letter at that time, because they would be equally familiar with the sources that Mark is using to draw on to write the letter up. So it's fulfilling the church's worst nightmare to have this come out, because they realize it is plausible for Smith to have written such a letter as this. The only question would be whether it's authentic. But the subject matter would have been common for Joseph Smith's day, and it would so directly tie him to it, to magic, because if it's just Martin Harris, you can always just dismiss him as just kind of a flake, and it doesn't affect the restoration claims. But if Joseph himself is
We want it both ways with Martin Harris.
Yes.
We want him to be a credible witness because he's one of the 3 witnesses of the Book of Mormon.
Right.
But then, and when I say we, I mean the church, they also need him to be a fool because he was a fool and he had so many crazy beliefs. He went off and followed the Strangites and became a witness for Strang's book. The church needs to have it both ways with Martin Harris.
Right. But it's much more problematic to have your prophet saying those things and tied so deeply into the magic world scene.
Yeah.
So that would have been very troubling for the church, which also meant that we were more excited about it because it directly tied to Joseph Smith.
Yeah. Yeah. And help us understand the context at the time. Because on the one hand, we've got Fawn Brody's book published in 1945, right?
Yeah, right.
And we also had Dialogue and Sunstone and your friend publishing and you guys publishing stuff about folk magic and treasure digging.
Right.
But we didn't have Michael Quinn's magic in the early Mormon worldview or whatever it is. How was the church dealing with the allegations of folk magic around 1983 when Hofmann would have come out with this letter that you remember?
The historians in the Mormon church were all familiar with these same early stories that we were. I wouldn't have said anything in 1980 about our research that would surprise a church historian. They just had a way of discounting them as irrelevant to Mormonism's truth claims. And somewhat they're still doing it today, that now that they admit he had a seer stone, oh, isn't that wonderful? It works just like a cell phone. Well, they weren't telling people that in 1980. So they were aware that all of that type of claims of seer stones and rod working and all were going on in Joseph's day, and that the Smiths probably were involved in quite a bit of money digging and magic. But they always wanted to cast it in Joseph Smith's teenage folly, and that he outgrew it all, and that it was just garden variety folk magic stuff, like playing with a Ouija board, like it wasn't serious, that he didn't really believe that there was magic stuff. But when you look at Mother Smith, we know it was. I mean, she talks about the family following the faculty of Abrak. And Abrak would be a magic spirit. And so, I mean, they knew about the Smith family involvement, the Hiram Smith magic papers. Patriarch Smith, a descendant of Hiram, he had the magic papers of Joseph Smith and the Hiram Smith's papers. And the church would have to have been...
Which would have said what? Which said what?
Wouldn't have said anything. It was these magic papers that... little parchment pieces of paper that if you followed folk magic, you folded up and carried in a little pouch on you, and they gave you special blessings, powers, like having a rabbit's foot that you carried around or something. You know, they had special powers.
And Joseph
and Hiram Smith had these magic papers. That he would
carry around? And where?
Yeah.
Hiram Smith?
Hiram did, yeah.
So Joseph's brother wore a little pouch with like
magic papers in them.
Magic papers.
And they had a magic dagger. And Joseph had his Jupiter talisman.
Which is what?
It's another amulet magic piece that gives you power and money and success with women or something. But so the family was deeply involved in magic. This wasn't just like playing with tarot cards in your front room just for fun or something. These guys were seriously seeing these as sources of power. That doesn't mean they saw them as demonic, but they just saw them as part of the way of harnessing the powers of the universe and would not have seen it as contrary to the Christianity. They could hold it within their Christian framework of these magic powers, the good forces, the bad forces, and how you make them work, and be very similar to a Mormon's view of the power of the priesthood today, that there's the evil powers and the good powers, and the priesthood power triumphs. And so the early Mormons, the Joseph Smith's family and all, would have had that's why Quinn calls his book Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview. There was a magic worldview of many people, not everyone, but many people were following these kinds of things, many people in Joseph's neighborhood. That's why when they talk about all the persecution that Joseph had in his early life, what really was happening was the money digger company that him and his dad were a part of were trying to get the gold plates from Joseph, because the Smiths had signed an agreement with Stoll and these different people looking for treasure, that if anyone found a treasure, they were going to split it in this money digging company. And when the Smiths claimed they had found gold plates, then the money diggers felt that the Smiths owed them part of the booty. And so here the Smiths are hiding these gold plates, and that should be partly ours. And that's where you get the persecution stories, not on his religion. So it was common, but not everyone engaged in that sort of thing.
Right. And I guess if we're going to believe that Joseph and Hiram and others in his family believed in folk magic, it kind of means that they probably believed in religious stuff, because it believes in it. It's not a purely secular worldview. It's kind of a supernatural worldview where you believe in spirits and special powers that you can't see. So in a weird way, it feels like to me an acknowledgement that Joseph and Hiram believed in superstitious folk magic stuff also inclines you to believe that they really did believe in angels and in God and maybe in a lot of the central tenets of Christianity.
Right. Their magic is kind of an extension, outgrowth of their Christianity, that the magic papers that Hiram had, they had like Jehovah, Elohim, and different Christian words on them like that, but in a magic sense, that you're using this as spells to get the powers of the universe to work for you. So they wouldn't have seen it as like black magic,
occult.
As devil stuff.
Yeah.
This was some sort of Christian power, the way that a Christian could tap into the powers of the universe.
Interesting. So their folk magic was sort of tied to their Christianity.
Yes. Yeah, the people that were in the money digging group, a number of them were church-going people. But the rank and file leadership of the churches would not have accepted this. That's why when Joseph tries to join the Methodist Church in 1828, that they won't let him join because he hasn't repented of his magic involvement. And Emma's cousin says, what a thing to have a practicing necromancer be a part of the Methodist Church. So he was dropped from the membership rolls. So
right.
not everybody was on board with this kind of magic money digging stuff.
Right. So when we go back to what the church, so we know that the church historians, and probably by extension, high-level church general authorities, they all knew Joseph was involved in this treasure digging stuff and folk magic. They would have known from the 60s and 70s and just all the stuff coming out. Would they have been honest and open with the church membership about this stuff in the early 80s? And then how much would the church membership on average have known about this kind of stuff?
Well, the church was still denying all that sort of thing. I mean,
the official church.
Officially, the church was downplaying anything that you brought up about the magic involvement. They would just make it, oh, well, yeah, there were people of the day that did that sort of thing, but it wasn't the Smiths. But Hinckley, for instance, had written the little pamphlet, Truth Restored, which kind of a little summary history of the beginnings of Mormonism.
Which was one of the books we were allowed to read on our mission. So it's like Miracle Forgiveness, Jesus the Christ, Articles of Faith, Marvelous Work and a Wonder and Truth Restored. I forgot about that little book.
Yes. Well, Truth Restored is a very sanitized telling of the church history, and Hinckley would have known more than he tells in that little book. So you see the control of dissemination of information by someone who knows better by how he frames the story at that time in that little book. Dallin Oakes wrote the book on
The Enemies of Joseph Smith, or the Carthage...
the Carthage Conspiracy, is it?
Yeah.
So to research that, he had to be very informed in Joseph Smith's life. So he had to be aware of those things as well. They would have all... those that had paid attention to history would have all been aware of Fawn Brody's book, which lays all this out in there. I mean, from 45, they all knew the story laid out in Fawn Brody's book.
If they had read it. I mean, it's possible that Hinckley and Oakes never read No Man Knows My History because they believed, like many of us, that it was anti-Mormon. Is that possible? They wouldn't have read it?
I think they had to have read it because they were writing defensive books for the church, and I think that they would have read it to have known how to frame the story away from the things that Brody brought up.
Okay, but we're speculating a little bit.
We're speculating, but I think they knew enough of the early documents to realize that the things Hofmann was bringing up could potentially exist and would be a problem for them.
Interesting. So the fact that, okay, what I hear you saying again is that if the general authorities in 1983 were interested in a Hofmann document, the fact that they were interested and might want to scoop it up is extra evidence that they knew that there were credible problems behind the document. Otherwise, why would they even bother with the document? Oh, this is just silly, specious, anti-Mormon made-up stuff.
Right. They knew church history enough that Mark's documents had the potential of being authentic. They would fit what they knew of some of the documents from the time period.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, but you're saying that overall the church was hiding, downplaying, or dismissing any talk about folk magic tied to Joseph Smith or the Smith family. Is that right?
Right. Yeah, they had to know about Patriarch Smith having those magic papers, although to give them credit on that, I think they thought they were Masonic, which raises a whole other question. Why would the Smiths be keeping these odd Masonic documents? But
so Patriarch Smith had these documents, and what was he doing with them? Or how did we know about them?
He would show them at different fireplaces.
Firesides?
Firesides of a different group, little meetings. Eldridge Smith, was that his name? He would show and tell. You could have him come to your fireside, and he would get out the family heirlooms of the Smith family and have these magic papyri things that he would have. And another guy that we haven't mentioned, well, he doesn't come into the Mark story, but a fellow by the name of Wilford Wood, he was a furrier in Bountiful, and he had gone back in the 50s, I guess it was, 40s and 50s. He had made trips back east and had helped the church acquire a lot of the property that had been involved with Mormonism and wasn't owned by the church anymore, like their property in New York and in Nauvoo and Susquehanna area and that. But he went around different areas buying up artifacts of the early Mormonism and trading fur coats to people to get documents and artifacts of Joseph Smith. And he even has he's dead now, but his family has had a museum up in Woods Cross for years where they displayed these things, and they're the ones that own the original Jupiter talisman, the little magic medallion of Joseph Smith's. Although they may have passed that on to the church at this point. I'm not sure who currently owns it, but Mr. Wood was one that acquired that Jupiter talisman from I believe the Biderman family.
Okay. That would have been Emma's second husband, right?
Yeah, right.
The descendants of that.
Yeah. But there was information out at the time that there were magic things around, but you had to be in the right circles to hear about them. They weren't in the Improvement era or the Ensign. They just things that people talked around about. Oh, I went to the museum up at the Woods Cross and I saw this and that artifact. Oh, I heard Eldridge Smith talk at Fireside and he showed us these ancient artifacts of Joseph Smith's and stuff.
And then there was Richard Bushman's first biography called Joseph Smith and the Beginnings of Early Mormonism, which did acknowledge the folk magic treasure digging stuff and provided an apologetic kind of explanation or excuse. Do you remember when that book came out? I don't expect you to remember.
No, I don't.
I know that was written as part of Leonard Arrington's intended multi-volume history of the church that got scrapped, and then Bushman publishes that.
Yeah.
So I wish I knew what year that book was published. Anyway, so the church. So when Hofmann comes up with this 1825 letter to Josiah Stoll, it was in the context of the church knowing about the problematic history around treasure digging and folk magic, but not denying it and or hiding it from the church membership. Correct?
Right. If you'd asked the average member if Joseph practiced magic, they'd have said, you've been reading anti-Mormon literature, there's no truth to it. Because who would you have brought up as proof? E.D. Howe's book, Fawn Brody, the Tanners? I mean, we're all a bunch of liars. You can't trust anything we say. So without knowing any of the early history of Mormonism, the average member would have thought they all sounded like terrible slander against Joseph Smith.
And when people are looking to gather evidence around the church misleading people, I think you have to mention the excommunication and smearing of honest researchers and critics, because it has to be at some point they're like, whoa, this information is really damaging. So we have to always smear and excommunicate and damage the messengers, because that's the only way to taint the information that could ever be passed on. I mean, that must have been part of their playbook from Brody to now, right?
Right. Like, I don't remember what year it was. Stan Larson worked at the church as a church translator, and he had degrees in biblical studies of some kind or other. And anyways, he was working as a translator for the church, but then he started looking at the Book of Mormon account of the Sermon on the Mount that Jesus gave supposedly here in America. And he wrote up a private paper on this, showing that the Third Nephi Sermon on the Mount is copied from the King James, and in fact would follow the King James in problematic areas that show it can't be an independent document. It has to be from the King James, not just some other language version or something of the Sermon on the Mount, but the King James version. And
maybe even the one Joseph had a copy of.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't remember if he directly addresses that. He may. But anyways, showing that there was a problem with it being so dependent on the King James text. And he shared this with a colleague.
And for the listeners who are new to this and don't understand why that's a problem, connect the dots and tell listeners why that's a problem.
Well, then it would mean the Book of Mormon can't be an ancient document. It has to be a modern day fabrication.
Because why?
Because it's using Joseph Smith has to be using a current Bible to put words into Jesus' mouth here in America that he couldn't possibly have said because it's dependent on a text from the King James authors that every word is not exact. It's the way it copies the King James that shows it's a modern day fabrication. It can't represent a translation of an ancient text.
So I'm fuzzy on Book of Mormon, but Third Nephi would have been written by someone named Nephi, right? If Third Nephi was written by a prophet, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and if that's true, then if Jesus came to America and gave the equivalent of a Sermon on the Mount talk, it would have been in his own words, with whatever he was experiencing at the time. It wouldn't have been in King James English, but it also would have had differences or anomalies or peculiarities, but it certainly wouldn't have had direct copied text from the King James Bible, because the King James Bible would have been written much later, like what, right, 1,500 years later, and it certainly wouldn't have included errors that somehow got into a certain version of the King James Bible.
Yeah.
And so it would indicate that it wasn't Third Nephi, whoever that prophet was, Nephi, that wrote about an authentic account with Jesus in America 33 AD, but instead Joseph would have just been saying, okay, I need the Sermon on the Mount as I'm filling in the words for what Jesus said when he was in the Americas, as I'm making all this up. Let me just pull out the Bible and start copying my King James version right into the Book of Mormon. Right. I did a worse job of explaining it than you, but that's my attempt at explaining it. Right?
Right.
And that's a problem.
That's a problem. And so Stan shares this paper with a colleague at work, never making it public, but just shared it with this, I think it was a woman. Anyways, someone in the department became privy of the paper and saw it as threatening to the truth claims of the Book of Mormon and turned it in to a higher up, which got Larson in trouble, and he was forced out of the department. He was given an ultimatum of if you resign, we'll give you a severance from employment.
Church employment.
If you'll resign from church employment, we'll give you a severance package. If you don't resign and we have to fire you, you get nothing. And Stan was financially in a position where he didn't feel that he could afford to stand his ground and fight him on it. So he took the severance package, and then he got a job at the University of Utah in special collections over there. But Stan's an example of the church's fear of church history, of analyzing the documents and looking at whether things really were supported by history. The church had that kind of control on things that on their scholars.
What decade was the Stan Larson thing? 60s? 70s?
No, it'd be, I don't know, late 70s, early 80s.
Oh,
I'm not
late
really
70s.
Sure. Maybe the 70s.
Now,
I'm not clear on that.
So he wasn't excommunicated, but he was forced to quit.
He was forced out of his job. Yeah, out of the church the church translation department, and then since then there have been other scholars that have been forced out, fired, or whatever. BYU professors that have either lost their job or been forced out. Some that I've talked with that once they figured out there were problems, they transferred to another university before the church could catch up to their questioning of the church. But the church was never...
There was David Wright that inspired Brent Metcalf, right?
Right.
If I'm remembering that right.
Yeah, New Testament studies. And he ended up writing some very important papers, yeah. So the church does not have a good history with honest, straightforward historians. If you're going to work for the church, you have to come up with something that aligns with Sunday school material They don't want anything surprising coming to the membership, which put them in the problem of being able to be blackmailed in a sense by Hofmann with the documents, because they had so tried to control the narrative that when he came along with documents, it threatened that narrative. And thus we have the whole
They
80s.
created the environment that would
Yes.
make Hofmann, exist and eventually lethal
Right,
by always dismissing and denying and hiding and lying about documents.
right,
Right?
right.
So, this is what I think about a lot because, again, I told you the two big questions people ask. Is the church on its way down? And then do the brethren know or really believe? Or are they just intentionally deceiving us? And none of us can know for sure whether the brethren actually believe in God, actually believe in Jesus, actually believe in the church's restoration, the truth claims, the Book of Mormon, divinity. Although most of the people I know that are close to them, including my own brother, who spent years with these men, they all say that these are sincere believers. So whether or not there's fraud going on at the highest levels of the church in terms of them not being sincere believers, what this story about Stan Larson and the one we're about to tell about the 1825 letter to Josiah Stoll, what they seem to prove beyond a shadow of doubt is that the brethren have known about these problems and intentionally hid them, misled the members about their truthfulness, and punished anyone who dared talk openly as a way to keep them silent and or smear them or take away their credibility so that they would never be believed. Is that a stretch?
No, I think that's true. And I don't know whether they sincerely believe or not. I will grant them the possibility that maybe they really do have a belief in that Joseph Smith's call was authentic. But they also know that there are a ton of problems with that claim, so that now they have to wrestle with problems of, is the Book of Mormon an actual record of real people, or is it some sort of divine allegory or something? Were there really gold plates, or was this something Joseph just saw in a dream? They're trying to find some way to frame the story that gets them off the hook of looking like Joseph Smith made it all up as a con man. He has to come out sincere. So the name of the game is, no matter what you write, it has to end up with Joseph being sincere. He can't be a known deceiver. And the historians now are struggling with how to frame this story because the documents show that it didn't happen the way we've always been told. The Book of Mormon is not the historical record we were always told. So how do you frame that in a way that keeps people believing Joseph Smith, but not destroyed by finding out the Book of Mormon can't be history? So it's a tough game to try to recast it all in a new way of talking about it. I think the church historians really believe, even though they know all this material.
Turley, for example.
Turley. I assume Turley really believes it.
Yeah.
My cousin, Mark Amherst McGee, I think he really believes it.
Is it Ashurst? Amherst?
Amherst.
Okay.
Mark Amherst McGee. He's involved in the Joseph Smith Papers project.
Yeah.
And I assume he really believes it all.
Yeah.
But he some way has to find a way to marry Joseph Smith's divine call with a very problematic history that has all sorts of things that look like fraud.
Yeah. 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 And this is a little bit of a side trail, but we'll come right back to this letter. But in my mind, just doing the math and connecting the dots, you get enough of the brethren with enough exposure to the problems, with enough time. You have to think that there are points where they're like, that we all arrive at right before our big faith crisis, which is, what if this isn't true? What if this isn't true? You have to think that at least Hinckley or Oakes or Benson or McConkie or Joseph Fielding Smith or Joseph F. Smith or one of these dudes, one of them at least, reached the point that all of us reached who have lost our faith, which is whether we're willing to say, what if it's not all true? And then once you're willing to ask yourself that question, then oftentimes the rabbit hole opens up and you go down it.
Yeah.
And then there's some that I guess can put that genie back in the bottle, but you have to think that at least a couple of these brethren at some point realized that it wasn't true.
You would think, but I don't know who to say it was.
You don't know.
No.
Maybe Hugh B. Brown. Possibly.
Yes, possibly Brown.
Maybe B.H. Roberts.
Maybe. With Brown, when he talked with Ferguson, see, this goes back a long time ago. Tom Ferguson was a lawyer from California that wrote church books to defend the Book of Mormon and was getting money for the church to run expeditions down in Guatemala area to try to prove the Book of Mormon. And he came up to talk to Apostle Brown, and trying to get some more money from the church for his expeditions. And Ferguson told us about Brown and seeming to indicate that the Book of Abraham wasn't true. And, well, that all leaves you with the question, well, what do you do with that?
You're saying Hugh B. Brown indicated to Ferguson.
Yeah.
You're saying Hugh B. Brown indicated to Ferguson that the Book of Abraham might not be true.
Yeah.
According to
the problem of the translation of the facsimiles.
Right.
That they were on the horns of a dilemma with that stuff.
Brown acknowledges this to Ferguson.
Yeah.
Which raises the question, is it possible that Hugh B. Brown didn't believe the Book of Abraham was a translation?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Really quickly, where do you come down on B.H. Roberts losing his faith in Book of Mormon historicity by the end of his life?
I think he has to know the Book of Mormon is not actual history.
Abraham? Or
the Book of Mormon.
Oh, okay.
I think that B.H. Roberts knew the Book of Mormon wasn't actual history. He may have been able to rationalize that way, in some way still hold on to a belief of Joseph Smith's divine calling. Maybe he is the original one to come up with this allegory explanation to his mind or something. But I think he knew there was no real gold plates. There was not Nephites.
What's your evidence or indication that B.H. Roberts lost his testimony in Book of Mormon historicity?
When in his studies of the Book of Mormon, he had done a manuscript where he raised questions about the Book of Mormon. Could it have been put together by someone who read View of the Hebrews, which was early book 1823, reprinted 1825, speculating on the American Indians, whether they were from Israelites. And there's similarities in the book to Book of Mormon ideas. So B.H. Roberts does this study, and it wasn't published during his lifetime. It came out published later. But in Roberts' statements, he will make a little speculations. Was this particular item in View of the Hebrews sufficient to suggest to the author of the Book of Mormon this particular idea, whatever it was? And there would be these different questions all through his manuscript that say to me, Roberts realized that the Book of Mormon did not have historical standing. Now, the Mormons look at his manuscript and they say, oh, he was just playing devil's advocate. That wasn't Roberts' real feeling. He was just telling the church, this is what an outsider could raise as an objection to the Book of Mormon. Well, yes, one could say that, but I think the questions, the way he poses them, I would suggest were his own questions. Not just that he was playing devil's advocate, but they were really his thoughts, which would say he saw the problem of it being a historical book.
Are you familiar with Shannon Caldwell Montez's research of the past few years, where she actually finds a source or two late in B.H. Roberts' life who claim to have spoken with B.H. Roberts, where he had indicated a loss of faith in Book of Mormon historicity?
No, I haven't read that.
You haven't read that?
No.
Would you be interested in reading that?
Well, yeah, I would put it on my shelf of things to read. Okay. What, is it a book or just a pamphlet or what?
It's a master's thesis.
Oh, a master's thesis. Yeah. No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Yeah, it's really good. I'd be curious to hear your reaction to that. Okay, well, back to the Josiah Stoll 1825 letter, and I really appreciate your generosity of your time. So now that we've kind of dug deep into the historical context, let's talk about Gordon B. Hinckley. So this letter comes out purportedly in Joseph Smith's handwriting, writing to Josiah Stoll, giving him tips about folk magic and spirits and dowsing rods and treasure digging, saying, hey, maybe I'll come later and help you find a buried treasure. This document comes out. What's your memory of of Gordon B. Hinckley's response to the document coming out?
Oh, I can't remember what the church said about it, but I knew we were pretty excited about it because...
what he tried to do, what Hinckley tried to do. You don't remember? Okay, I'll tell you what I remember. Okay, so in my readings, and this is from your book, and by the way, buy everything the Tanners have ever published. Go to UTLM right now, buy books, give them donations, reward Sandra Tanner. She's got staff. She's still doing this work 60, how many years?
60 years.
60 years later. So send her money, give her money, support her for this work. Okay. So reading from Jerald's research and yours, what is indicated is that Gordon B. Hinckley, and I'll put a link to this article, Gordon B. Hinckley apparently purchases, Hofmann lets Gordon B. Hinckley know that this letter exists before it gets published to the world, right?
Okay.
Hinckley is alarmed by this letter, and so he pays Hofmann, by some reports, out of his own pocket, somewhere between $15,000 and $25,000 for this document. Now that begs the question, number one, where is Gordon B. Hinckley getting between $15,000 and $25,000 of his own money? And then why is he buying it? And that's a question. But then it appears as though when Hinckley or the church was asked soon after Hinckley buys the document, whether this document exists or whether the church had it or whether Hinckley bought it, it appears like there was a period of time where the church and or Hinckley were denying that Hinckley had purchased this document. And then it isn't until the church realizes that, again, Hofmann leaks to other sources that this document, in fact, does exist, and that Hinckley or the church did purchase it, that then the Deseret News is forced May 12th, 1985, 2 full years after Hinckley apparently purchases the document, that the church admits through the Deseret News that this document does exist and does publish it. And this is the game that the church seems to play, where they deny it until they're forced to admit it. Then they publish it and admit it only after they're forced. And then later apologists can say, see, the church is transparent. See, it published all these things. Now, that's what I have read. I want to really get clear on this evidence. Now that I've said all that, is there anything you remember?
Couldn't give you any more than that. I just remember.
Does all that sound right?
Yes, it all sounds right. Yes, that does seem to be the way they were operating at the time.
Yeah. And so do you...
Well, operating for years.
Decades.
Decades,
and
yeah.
So is it your memory that Hinckley was in fact involved in trying to buy up a letter with his own money to hide it, that he denied it, and then the church only fessed up to it after they were exposed?
Yeah, that's my understanding of the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think about that?
I think it just shows the church knew they had a problem with their history, and they were trying every way they could think of to try to keep the real narrative from coming out, because it does raise questions about Mormonism's validity. If you see if you were to accept all of Mark's documents on the magic stuff, it looked pretty bad. So at the time, it was a heyday for the anti-Mormons. Everyone was gleeful that we had all these documents that questioned the church. However, we felt there was enough evidence before Mark to establish all of that, but it would have been more evidence if they had been authentic. And because Jerald wanted to have his case built on things that were actually true, not just stuff that would support his cause, he was able to question the documents, allow himself to question them and to look into it, that he didn't want to accept them just because it helped his cause. But he didn't want to be surprised years later when someone came along and said these aren't authentic. He didn't want another situation like the Cowdery defense, where he had used something and then later some Mormon comes along and says, oh, we've proven the Cowdery defense isn't true. He didn't want someone come along later and say, well, we've proven Mark documents aren't true. So he wanted to be sure if he was going to use them that they were authentic.
Yeah, that shows a lot of integrity. And I think that's a real, for any activist today in Mormonism, progressive Mormons, post-Mormons that want to, wake Orthodox Mormons up to the truth about the church, that want the church to be held accountable. I love that example of saying, not by any means necessary, not by means of fraud, not by means of deception, and instead with as much allegiance to the facts and the truth as possible. To me, that makes you and Jerald kind of heroes. Right.
Well, Jerald was not perfect, but he certainly was committed to being honest.
Yeah, yeah. So why isn't this, like, all the hubbub around Mark Hofmann is around the Salamander Letter? But in my mind, this Josiah Stowell 1825 letter seems more damning and condemning of the church than even the Salamander Letter, because you've got Hinckley, this beloved prophet, buying it, hiding it, denying it, and then only admitted to it when it fell. It's got it all right there. Yeah. Why isn't it the 1825 letter, the scandalous letter that that is remembered in association with Hofmann? Why isn't this something that we all know about? Like, even you, when I first asked you, you were fuzzy on the details. Why isn't it the 1825 Josiah Stowell letter that's remembered as like the smoking gun of the whole Hofmann thing? Does that make sense?
Well, because so much of the books that came out at the time focused on the Salamander Letter. And Jerald's questions for authenticity started with the Salamander Letter. So I guess it becomes foremost in discussions because of that reason.
It leads to the discovery of the fraud, maybe?
Right. Yeah, it's the first document that Jerald starts raising questions about. And so it becomes a focal point. And besides, Salamanders makes a crazy story, so that catches your attention.
Okay, so but you agree this 1825 account with Hinckley, it's
it's very damning,
isn't it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and the cover up.
It would have been damning if it had been true, and it's even more damning that it isn't.
Right. Although everything in it
Could have happened.
Is definitely plausible, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's jump to the Salamander Letter now.
Okay.
And I'm guessing your memory's going to be more fresh on that one. So when this letter comes, like I have so many questions about it. Okay, let's start. Give people a background, if you can or want to, on what it was, who supposedly wrote it, what it supposedly said.
Well, you have Martin Harris writing this kind of introductory letter on Mormonism, and in it he recounts Joseph going out to get the plates, and when he opens the box, this salamander jumps out, turns into a spirit, and knocks him down. Can't remember all the details of the letter now. But it casts it all in this magic folklore, which we now know was suggested to him by statements, by letters in the E.D. Howe Mormonism Unveiled book.
So you're saying Hofmann would have gotten the ideas.
Got his idea for the white salamander from one of the people in Howe's book, talking about a toad-like creature that jumps out of the hole. And so Mark spins it then to salamander.
So there's actually
there's a basis for the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just enlarged on it from just being a toad-like creature that becomes a spirit to this salamander that becomes a spirit. So it makes it a little more colorful.
So there's the salamander, which is colorful. There's the tying it to the folk magic, which the church obviously doesn't want to let out of the bag. But then there's the fact that Martin Harris is one of the three witnesses, right?
Yes. And Martin is such an odd guy anyways that it's all believable that Martin could write a letter like this. He wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer. But I guess it's hard to pick your witnesses. But Martin tried to test Joseph at different times, but he wasn't very deep thinker on what he thought would prove Joseph was a prophet. Like Martin dropping his toothpick in the straw and asking Joseph to find it, and Joseph supposedly puts a stone in his hat, and he bends down and reaches in the straw and picks up Martin's toothpick and hands it to him. And Martin takes this as proof that the seer stone really works and Joseph's a prophet. And I'm thinking, well, he just saw where the toothpick fell, So, I mean, you could envision Martin Harris writing a letter like this and not seeing this as being detrimental to his faith, that a guardian spirit was as good as an angel.
There's also, tell me if I'm wrong, there's also some suggestion of incrimination amongst the brethren, or some motive for deception, as I think about Joseph's evolving narrative about the emergence of the Book of Mormon. Wait, was it the 1820 version? Was it the Lord? Was it God and the Lord? And then was it Nephi that appeared to Joseph, or Moroni? Like, you would think that the brethren by the 70s and early 80s would know that the story is so all over the place in terms of the founding of both the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith's history and the church, that they would be open to all sorts of crazy versions, because in fact, the historical record isn't the emergence of both Joseph Smith's first vision story and the Book of Mormon all over the place in terms of different accounts, or do I have that wrong?
Yeah, and they would have been aware of this, but like I say, when our friend Wes Walters did all this study on the revivals in New York and on the 26 trial documents, that had been a launching pad for the church historians to go back to New York and do all sorts of research through the different repositories and people that could have had any document. So the church in the 60s and 70s was very intent on trying to understand the early history, which set up the market for Mark's documents, because the church already was aware that they had to figure out how the story really happened and figure out ways of softening the blow to the membership as they found out about these things, that the church had answers. So by the time Mark comes along, the Hinckley and company are already somewhat practiced in getting their story together to explain these problematic parts of church history.
Yeah. So this document comes out, the Salamander Letter comes out. Was it leaked? Do you remember if it was leaked first? Do you remember any Hofmann's, shenanigans in terms of trying to sell it, to find a buyer?
I don't know about the selling or buying of it, but at first there was rumors going around about possibly a collection of material in Texas. And this is the start of the McClellan stuff. There might be a collection in Texas, and there might be something connected to McClellan. And then there was stuff about some stuff that might relate to magic. And then you start getting rumors of the Martin Harris letter. And so evidently Mark's just throwing out all kinds of little suggestions of different things. And so gradually you get more specific rumors about the Martin Harris letter and that it's got magic stuff in it. But then no one has a copy of it. So-and-so had someone read them a part of it on the telephone, and someone else had talked to someone else. And so, you keep getting these different things brought up, people calling, wanting to know, do you know about this? What do you know? Oh, geez, I don't know nothing, well, tell me more. So then we got more specific information fed to us about the Martin Harris letter and the magic and I don't know how early we heard the word salamander, but the general outline of the ideas of the letter were being spread around. And I think finally someone read part of the letter to Jerald on the phone, and it would have been the part that had the salamander word in it, and want to know what Jerald thought of it. And he said, well, I'd have to see the document. I've got to see the whole thing. And finally, he was able to get a typescript of the letter, which started his study on the wording that he compared with E.D. Howe. And then it was some time before we actually got a photo of the handwritten document itself. See, and right now I couldn't even tell you what years and time frame for this.
Well, it definitely would have been between 1983 and 1985.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So it must have all been in 83.
Yeah.
That all that was going on.
Yeah. Okay. And so so really quickly, there's kind of that iconic photo. I think Oakes is in it. Yes. Is there a press conference?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that? What you know about Hofmann and the church and Oakes or Hinckley or Pinnock or whoever the lawyers were, and Hofmann.
But that photo is of the Anthon transcript, though, isn't it?
Okay, you would know. You would know.
Anthon transcript has Mark presenting it to the church, and he's there with, who's the prophet then? Kimball. Wasn't he the prophet?
Okay, yeah, that sounds right, yeah.
Kimball, prophet, was in the picture, and then Hinckley and Eldon Tanner. I don't remember who else is in the picture, but there's several general authorities along with the prophet standing there. But Kimball is front and center with a magnifying glass examining the Anthon transcript. When Mark's there pointing his finger at showing him the document. And this was in the Deseret News and the Salt Lake Tribune and everything. It might even have been in the New York Times, probably. Everyone had this great photo of Hofmann with the prophet and the apostles with this great new find on the Anthon transcript, which, of course, in hindsight, looks pretty damning to the claim of these men having been ordained prophets, seers, and revelators, especially when you realize the prophet is supposed to have Joseph Smith's gift, mentioned in, Section 1 of the Doctrine and Covenants, that he's a prophet, seer, revelator, and translator.
That's right.
And so here's the prophet. The mantle of Joseph was supposed to have fallen on Kimball. So how come the prophet, seer, revelator, and translator can't look at the Anthon transcript and see that it's nonsense? It doesn't translate anything. Why isn't he able to discern this?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And I know in the video they have, Turley saying, oh, well, people expect too much. The prophets are human, and they're just like everybody else. God gives free agency and whatever, and you just go on your own power sort of stuff. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Section 1 of the D&C gave me the idea this was going to have a lot more power in this job than just like the rest of us. Then why did we need him if he's no more divinely guided to determine a fraud on the church that will eventually lead to murder? I would have thought God might have thought that was important. When does he use his prophetic gift, if not for things like this?
Murder and the church's reputation and being fooled and yeah. When does that kick in? If not, then when? Okay, so what do we know about what do you remember about what we know about Hofmann, the Salamander Letter, and the church selling it to them buying it, hiding it? Do you know?
Oh, it's been too long. Okay, I don't remember how that went.
That's fine. Okay. So this letter at some point, what is it that made Jerald, what is it that started bringing up the question of authenticity for the Salamander Letter specifically? And I just want to say that this is one of my favorite stories in all of Mormon history, is the fact that you guys are known as the world's greatest, anti-Mormons, that you would have had every motivation to use confirmation bias and motivated reasoning to just rubber stamp the Salamander Letter and say, yep, another damning evidence that the church is false. But then not only were you not, or you and or Jerald weren't operating under that mindset, something would have made Jerald ask the question, is this authentic? And then something would have then made him investigate it. And then something would have led him to conclude that it wasn't authentic and have the courage to say that publicly. So can you just tell us that whole story?
Well, Jerald was so anxious to get this copy of the letter to see the actual wording, assuming it was true. Up to this point, we're thinking that Mark's on the level and his documents are true. And so when he finally gets the typescript, to prepare for when he would get the typescript, he had gone back and reviewed the neighbors of Smith's statements in E.D. Howe's book, so that he was aware of what people had said that had talked to Joseph Smith or Martin Harris or whoever. And like the BYU Studies article that had been a few years before on Joseph Knight, a family friend of the Smiths, his recollection of things, Jerald had reviewed different documents of the time so that he could better evaluate when he finally got a copy of the Salamander Letter. So as soon as he gets the typescript and he's reading through, he goes back to E.D. Howe's statements, to try to see how it stacks up against the memories of the people giving statements in 1832-33 time period. So they're just a few years removed from the events. And how do those documents stack up with this new document? And as he's pouring through comparisons of these different early sources with Mark's document, certain phrases start to pop out to him. And he would say to himself, wait a minute, I've read that. That sounds familiar. Where did I see that? And he'd go back and forth and looking at the phraseology and realizing someone composed this letter looking at the early documents that I'm looking at. Someone's looking at E.D. Howe and someone's looking at this BYU Studies article on Joseph Knight and using this as source material for phrases for Martin Harris, because that's what these are people's recollections of what Martin Harris told them. So the person making up the Salamander Letter is using these early phrases that supposedly reported things that Martin Harris had said to make up this letter. And so Jerald finally comes to the awful realization that he thinks he's looking at a forgery.
Why did what was making Jerald even question the authenticity of the letter?
Well, he thought
was anybody starting to be suspicious at the time of Mark Hofmann, or were people just starting to get suspicious? What was making him even want to spend his time this way versus just celebrate and do a spike to football and do a victory dance,
Well, the Mormon scholars were all critical of all of this stuff, trying to downplay the magic stuff and trying to find explanations for everything. And, of course, they were doing all sorts of articles on how salamanders were wonderful and apologists would find some way of spinning it all to be a beautiful confirmation of Joseph Smith's claims. But Jerald's work that he had done in the 60s on the Cowdery defense played into this because he had seen how someone had used phrases from Oliver Cowdery's letters to compose a document supposedly written by Cowdery. So he wanted to make sure it wasn't another situation like that where someone was using supposed phrases of Martin Harris to build a letter and claim it was from him, just like someone had made up a Cowdery defense relying on early Cowdery letters to get the phrases so that people would accept it as authentic. Jerald wanted the document to be authentic. He did not start looking at all of this to disprove Hofmann. He started out to build a case of why it was authentic. And it was only as he pored over the older sources compared to Mark's documents that it started dawning on him that it looked like it was going the other way, that this looks forced to sound like Martin Harris, not a natural flow. The specific word similarities rang a bell like the Cowdery thing, that this is being built off these other documents.
One quick question I have is, did he apply the same level of scrutiny to the Hofmann forgeries that he didn't know were forgeries, but to the letters ultimately forged by Hofmann prior, the ones that we've already talked about, the Joseph Smith III letter, again, the Anthon, letter, had Jerald applied the same level of scrutiny to those documents and found them authentic, whereas this was the first one he either investigated fully and decided wasn't authentic. Do you understand my question?
Well, up until this point, I don't think it had raised that question of forgery to his mind. The Joseph Smith III blessing was certainly something that could have been, and I guess it didn't. To Jerald, it didn't look as damaging to church claims because we already knew that Joseph had.
You'd already know it was
designated.
It wasn't new.
It wasn't new. It was something that had been talked about before, that he may have appointed his son. So it didn't raise the same question. And the Anthon transcript, geez, we spent so much time trying to figure out what script Joseph Smith used to bring out the Anthon transcript that it didn't occur to us that it was Mark making it.
And what about the Josiah Stoll letter? Had he given that scrutiny that you're aware of?
Well, again, it was something that could have been.
It wasn't super scandalous. It wasn't new information, right?
Well, I don't know if he knew a way to I don't know if he'd thought yet about checking the phrasing and that.
Oh, I'm actually remembering some of the stuff I read. I think I read Jerald's commentary that it seemed to be better writing than Joseph Smith was capable of, based on what we know about Joseph's penmanship. That there weren't, I don't know if you said this earlier, but there weren't things crossed out, that it seemed like it just had better handwriting than Joseph Smith was capable of to have been written from his own hand in 1835. Now, I'm not sure if that was Jerald's analysis.
I can't remember.
After Hofmann was discovered a fraud, or as before.
Yeah, if you really want to know, you'll have to read his book.
Buy the book.
Buy the book.
Buy the book and read it. Okay. All right. So anyway, but okay, you answer the question because you're saying that he tried to prove the White Salamander letter as true, as authentic, so that it could be defended, but he was willing to follow the evidence where it led.
Right.
And you're saying the evidence led him to conclude that it wasn't authentic.
Right.
Really quickly, this idea that the phraseology seemed borrowed from a few sources, one could just as easily say, well, that was all in the air. And so,
that's what I said to him.
What did tell us what you said.
I said, well, Jerald, if this guy in Howe is reporting his conversations with Harris, and the Joseph Knight material is recounting what Harris told him, then maybe Harris just has common phrases he always uses to tell the same story.
See, I have the same thought as you. So even a broken clock is right twice a day.
And Jerald says, no, I'm telling you, it's the other way around. And I never could exactly see how he was so sure, but he was absolutely adamant that no, the borrowing has to be the other way. Someone saw the E.D. Howe, which anyone could have seen that, but he says they also had to have seen the BYU article on the Joseph Knight material, which who had even remembered the article, but Jerald had dug it out. And he says, I'm telling you, someone saw this article. And so I know the Salamander Letter, I'm speaking for Jerald, I know the Salamander Letter could not have been written before that BYU Studies article came out, which was in 1978.
Yeah.
And he says, no, it had to have been written after that. Someone's used Howe and Josiah Stoll.
This is Mark Hofmann meeting his match.
Yes.
Right? This is two brilliant people.
Yeah.
There needs to be like a drama or a documentary series about this story. Because as everyone wants, the beginning of the Hess, Measom, Murder Among the Mormons documentary is about how brilliant, Mark Hofmann was. And you've got that famous opening quote by Shannon Flynn saying, don't make me answer that. Don't make me answer that because he was brilliant. But so was Jerald, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Or maybe even more so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, more so, but
maybe.
But they They both had fantastic memories.
No, but more than that.
Yeah, very creative. Well, I don't know. Jerald had a sixth sense on language, on the phrasing stuff, and like even going through the Book of Mormon and all those things. He just had an insight on those things. It's very hard to be married to someone that's almost always right. It is right, you know? So, man, we had arguments on this Hofmann stuff.
So what happens when he concludes for himself that it's not true? Take us through the conversations of like, do you be honest about it? Do you tell people? Do you not? Do you confront Hofmann? Are you arguing with him? Are you trying to tell him he's wrong? Are you like, this isn't going to help our cause? Like, talk us through all of those conversations and deliberations.
I was afraid we were going to get sued. I said, Jerald, he's going to sue us for libel. And you can't go around claiming people are frauds and all you got is it looks like the phrases are borrowed from this other document. I mean, is this enough? And I was pleading with him. I said, Jerald, please don't lose our house. Now, we were just coming off from a lawsuit with a BYU guy at that time who had sued us for, that's another long story, the Clayton Diary extracts. And this man, Andy Ehat from BYU, had sued us for printing his copy of his notes of the extracts from the Clayton Diary. And the notes were all authentic. They were from Clayton's diary. They just happened to have been typed up by Mr. Ehat. And he was claiming copyright.
Andrew Ehat, right?
Andrew Ehat. He was claiming copyright interest in him. So it was a copyright lawsuit, which is a whole another just fantastic story.
And I think you do tell that story in our earlier interview, maybe a little bit?
A little bit of it, but you'd have to read the whole thing. We had all the church historians and taking depositions from them. I'm surprised more people haven't been interested in reading about that trial because it's got fascinating comments by the different historians that we took depositions. Anyways, we were just finishing up on this one, and I could just envision us going into another very expensive long lawsuit. And I said, please don't lose my house. And Jerald says, he's not going to sue us. They aren't real documents. And I says, Jerald, everybody says they're real. I mean, the church historians don't want to accept these if they aren't real. They had to have done some kind of test, and they're convinced. I mean, here's Dean Jesse, the church historian, the famous one that knows all the handwritings, knows Joseph Smith's handwriting, and he's not going to want to accept these as if they aren't real what they are. And Jerald says, I'm telling you, it's not what anyone says. They aren't true. Well, so Joseph writes up, Jerald, got all these J's mixed up. Jerald writes up his thing on the Salamander Letter and wants me, because Jerald's a shy introvert that doesn't do things publicly, and so he wants me as the front person to take up this pamphlet he's written up on why the Salamander Letter's a fraud, and take it up and pass it out at the Sunstone Symposium.
Do you remember the year? 83, 84?
84.
84?
Yeah.
So I just want to
the year before.
Let me connect the dots. This is before the bombings, before all the investigations. This is a true prophet, seer, and revelator, right?
Yeah. This.
Show us.
I don't know.
What is it? Read it to our audience, what you're showing them.
I'm showing the March 1984 Salt Lake City Messenger, which is on our website. You can go to utlm.org.
And can they buy this from you if they want to throw you some money?
Well, no, it's how to print. It's just our newsletter.
Okay. I just want to get you some money.
Okay. Well, they can send a donation.
Okay.
But if you go to the website and look under newsletters, you have to go back to issue number 53. And it has this, all the content there. Moroni or Salamander was the title of.
Why is that the title?
Because who who's the guy that shows up when Joseph gets the plates out of the hole?
Oh, was
Is
it
it
Salamander?
Moroni or a
Okay.
Salamander?
Why doesn't it say Jerald Tanner declares Mark Hofmann's Salamander Letter fraud?
Well,
right?
the first heading says, is it authentic?
Oh, okay.
So this is where Jerald brings up this problem of the story. And it's only a couple of pages, 3 pages of it. And so that doesn't have the example of the phrase borrowing that comes out in, I think, our next newsletter. But, that's March of 84.
He makes the statement he thinks it's not authentic in that.
Yeah.
Can do you have the?
He says, at the outset, we should state that we have some reservations concerning the authenticity of the letter, and at the present time, we are not prepared to say that it was actually penned by Martin Harris. And it goes on about that. So Jerald's question,
casting
doubt on it. And but then Jerald does this study of the phrases, which comes out in the next newsletter, which you can go on our website and sequentially follow our newsletters as we progress through this examination of Mark Hofmann and his documents. And we, it must be the next newsletter, I think, we have kind of a split statement where Jerald gives his reasons for thinking it's all a fraud, and me giving a short little defense of saying, well, all the historians accept it as genuine, so we don't know for sure yet, people, And at the time, people criticized us by saying, oh, you're just playing both sides of the road, so you're protected no matter how it turns out, because you each took a different side, as though this was some sort of planned scheme of ours to always be right. No, we really disagreed, and my heart was not in it to take that study of Jerald's up and pass around at Sunstone. But as a dutiful wife, supportive of my husband, I went up and passed it out. And, of course, that's what brought Mark Hofmann down the next day, wondering why we would question his documents with his whole Bullock story that he conned me on.
And say again the argument?
The argument was he was about to close a deal on Thomas Bullock papers embarrassing on Brigham Young, and
about his financial dealings and other things.
If I kept questioning his documents, it could end the process.
It could foil his attempts to get the Bullock papers, right?
Right. It could foul the whole thing.
Was he also just mad? Was he like, stop this?
No. He was all just so like a wounded friend. How could you do this to me? How could you of all people? I thought you'd be supportive. You'd be so excited with this. Fine. How could you bring up questions? Don't you realize how this hurts the document business? And I've got fingers in the pie to all these other great things I'm going to get. And people might not want to do business with me if you raise questions about what I'm doing.
What'd you say? How'd you respond? Was it to you and Jerald?
No, just to me. Jerald wasn't home.
Oh, so you're meeting alone with a future murderer.
Yes, who's there to find out why I'm questioning his documents.
Oh my goodness.
And and I suppose the thing that saved us from getting bombed is no one believed us. So
okay, so what did you tell Mark when he gives you the sob story, tries to gaslight you, make you feel terrible? What did you tell him at the moment?
I said, okay, where's the provenance for the document? Who did you get it from? And he couldn't explain the steps of, well, who's owned it all this time? Where did it come from?
What did he say?
Oh, well, that's all in a agreement with the buyer or the seller, and I'm not at liberty to discuss all those matters.
He's claimed confidentiality.
Yeah, and all that. So
that's sketchy.
and it was troubling. And I says, well, Jerald has sincere questions about it, and we just don't seem to see the answers. And so it was an amicable discussion. And that's when he launched into this whole big Bullock thing to divert the question from the provenance of the document to how I was hurting his business. And now I'm going to love it because it's going to expose Brigham Young on finances.
Oh, right. So he's trying to manipulate you in whatever way he can.
Get me over on his side some way.
So you already mentioned this, but what was the reaction of Sunstone? What was the reaction among the Mormon historical community? And then what was the church's reaction to your newsletter? And then what was the general membership's reaction? Like, what were all the reactions? Because this is funny.
Well, the church never says anything, so no, we don't have any idea what their reaction was. The historians would talk to each other about, what do you make out of Jerald's questions and all of this? And it was sort of like, oh, well, Jerald's always been kind of a loose cannon. You just don't know. And it's all been authenticated. So, it was just all dismissive.
Interesting. And what about the Mormon people as large?
Nobody read our stuff. So the Mormon people, anything the Tanner said was suspect. And if it had our name on it, you just passed it by. It didn't matter what side it was on. We were just non-trustworthy.
Because excommunication and smears work.
Yes.
So was anybody else mad at you saying, Sandra, Jerald, cut it out. You're hurting the cause? Any other people express anger, frustration?
Unfortunately, the Christian community that write books and pamphlets to try to get people out of Mormonism into Christianity were all upset at us.
Ed Decker?
Well, probably. I don't remember specifically Ed Decker, but different ones like that were like, how could you guys do this? Why would you put a fly in the ointment? I mean, everything was going so well, and these all have been authenticated, and you bring up these questions. So we were seen as traitors to the cause because we had brought up these questions when everyone of the authorities said they were authentic. So here was the Christian community down on us for making waves over stuff that was going to end the Mormon church. And Jerald's like, but if it's not true, it's not true. I'm not going to use something fraudulent against the church. That's just playing the same game. It's got to be real material. But yes, we had a lot of pushback from other people that wanted the documents to be true.
From Christians.
Yeah.
Were there any other people that were known as being kind of open, outspoken critics of the church in 83 to 85? Were you guys like the only game in town? Or did you have kind of collaborators, partners, friends, allies, other people that were trying to expose the church as being fraudulent or not true? Were there any, who else were your partners in crime?
Well, I don't know when you phrase it like that, who to say.
Phrase it your own way. Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Jerald talked a lot with Mike Marquardt about research, and they shared a lot of research and contact. Mike wasn't trying to disprove Mormon claims. He was just trying to do historical research to figure out how the story really happened. And so even though they shared information, Mark wasn't trying to prove anything one way or another on truth claims. He was just trying to get out the history. And in fact, along the way, Jerald and Mike didn't share as much information as years went by, because Mike told us one time that he could have more access to research by different historians if he wasn't so closely tied to our name.
I relate to that. There's a lot of people that stopped going on Mormon stories as soon as I got excommunicated. Richard Bushman and Claudia Bushman wouldn't come on anymore. Terrell and Fiona Givens wouldn't come on anymore. And there's a lot of like aspiring Mormon studies historians that ultimately want a job at Claremont or a job at Virginia or a job at BYU. Matt Bowman was one of these people that's like, I can't come interview with John because I want to get the right, faculty appointment someday, and it'll look bad if I do an interview with you. And that's part of, again, that's why they excommunicate people, so that everyone who wants to, and sometimes it's even people that don't believe. Like there's plenty of totally non-believing, even ex-Mormon historians that still want to be in the good graces of the Mormon history community or want access to church archives. And so they keep distance from truth tellers, public truth tellers and speakers, to be able to manage their political capital, to be able to have access to documents or stay in good graces of members of the community.
That's the story of my life.
How do you feel when you hear me talk about that? What comes up
I
for
identify with this story.
Is it ever been discouraging for you? Because for me,
yes,
whenever I get turned down, talk about that, discouragement.
Well, through the years, our research has been used by many other authors, and they just don't say that's where it came from. Because through the years, you had to kind of distinguish yourself by who you were or weren't associated with to prove you're a good guy. And so, like I mentioned earlier about saying that Joseph was sincere, that seems to have been an unwritten rule in Sunstone Dialogue, BYU Studies, anyone's book that came out dealing with these issues. You could say anything about Joseph Smith, the Book of Mormon, First Vision, or whatever, raise all kind of questions about any of it, as long as you ended with Joseph Smith was sincere. The cardinal sin was to end up saying it was deliberate fraud. And that's how you divide the camp. And if you're going to conclude that he was a fraud, you're part of the others. And part of the others is where the Tanners land. And so you distance yourself to prove you're a good guy by not giving any credit to the Tanners or mentioning them or footnoting their book, because that shows that you're part of the bad guys. Good guys don't quote the Tanners. So, but you can use our stuff. But you just don't say it, but don't attribute it to us.
So then you've got all these Mormon historians that are basically plagiarizing, not citing you as a source.
Well, some
stealing your good work and not giving you credit. That's dishonest.
Well, a lot of it they would have found themselves eventually, but I think they would have found it all. But it's kind of. I mean, we were talking about problems with blacks in the priesthood and Elijah Abel and all of that in the 60s.
So before the 73 Dialogue article by who wrote the I always forget his name.
Now. But yeah, in the 60s, we were doing that. Well, it's another example. Jerald, what he did on the Book of Abraham in one of the early issues of Dialogue, which was wonder they
Lester Bush. So it's Lester Bush that's attributed by people like Greg Prince and others as like this landmark article in 1973, where in Dialogue he he tells everybody that, look, Elijah Abel and all these other people had been ordained, black men had been ordained to the priesthood prior to the black priesthood ban. And everybody likes to make a big heralding of that as being groundbreaking scholarship. You're saying there's a chance that Lester Bush might have been tipped off about some of that from you guys in the 60s. Possibly.
I don't know what he had seen, but we were talking about all of that already.
Yeah.
Publishing on it already.
Okay, and then you were going to talk about Book of Abraham. You're saying...
Jerald and a friend, Grant Heward, did an article on when the papyri were found on showing how the facsimiles on the hypocephalus disc, how the writing was filled in on the printed hypocephalus disc, the round illustration in the Book of Abraham. Obviously, when Joseph got it, it wasn't complete. Parts had broken off, and they filled it in to make the facsimile picture for the Pearl of Great Price. And so they were showing how it was filled in using material from the Sin Sin text, which if none of this makes sense to you, read the book. But they showed how this was filled in using other parts of the papyri that had to be done by Smith and Associates for the times and seasons. It couldn't have been what was originally on the document. And this was groundbreaking research. And that's not where you're getting all the stuff on credit for what Jerald did on very early on the Book of Abraham.
In the 60s. Yeah.
60, what was it? 68, 69. I don't remember what the year was on the Dialogue article, but it was groundbreaking research on the facsimile. And nobody mentions that. And there's just stuff that we did on the first vision. Of course, Wes Walders did all the stuff on the 1826 trial and the revival. Now, he does get mentioned by people later on. He finally gets referenced by different people. But again, Wes was an established minister with a degree, master's degree, and had more credibility in historical circles. I mean, Jerald and I have no education. We're just a couple of dumb kids that checked out the story. But we were right, and we were doing all this very serious research. We didn't have any money, so we're just doing it on a mimeograph machine, and it does look childish. It is very amateurish productions. That's all we could afford. But the research is solid. If you look at our Mormonism book in, what do we do at 72, and then we do an enlarged one in 83.
This is Shadow and Reality?
Mormonism, Shadow Reality. You look at our early books, and all the important topics are covered there.
And still hold up.
And still hold up.
Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. Go read our Shadow, last edition, 87, and you'll find it covers all the stuff you're reading about today.
Yeah. Yeah. And first of all, I was just going to say, it's almost as if you want to know what really happened in Mormon history, find out who got excommunicated and read their stuff.
Yeah.
And you're probably going to get all the important stuff there is to know. Is that
Right.
Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair.
Okay. And then the other thing I was going to ask is, how did Eugene England, Dialogue, and then the Sunstone people, how did they treat you? Did they treat you as anathema? Did they treat you as damaged goods, or do they treat you like kindly in private, but then in public they didn't want you around? You know, how were you treated by Eugene England, Dialogue, Sunstone, and kind of that middle ground, progressive Mormon, studies crowd that still lives on today, by the way? How are you treated by them?
It changed after Hofmann.
How were you treated before?
Well,
Like Eugene England is in dialogue.
It's like the crazy uncle that showed up for Thanksgiving that everyone hoped would have stayed home. We were politely treated, but not. We didn't have friends there. I mean, I went to the different meetings, and I was just there by myself, alone, no one to talk to or sit with or anything.
They would kind of ignore you?
Yeah, I wasn't someone people wanted to be seen with. There was guilt by association. We tried at different times to have a book table. This is way back then, before Hofmann. We asked at times about having a book table.
With Sunstone.
Who was already being cast as a dangerous crowd.
Now, this is Peggy and Albert? Peggy Fletcherstack and Albert Peck?
Right. And we couldn't have a book table at their place. And for years, I mean, I don't think that would be the case today. I just haven't asked. But for years, they could have polygamous guys that believe in flying saucers, whatever you want, could have a book table at Sunstone, but not us. So they were under suspicion of being subversive and being charged with being apostate. So one of the ways you established you weren't apostate, you weren't dangerous, is you didn't have anything to do with the Tanners. And so even though some of them would have been friends with us and welcomed us to their session or whatever, there's this fear of guilt by association. And so they can't look like we're kosher. We are not acceptable to be publicly acknowledged as legitimate enough to have a table, because that would solidify in the church's mind that, see, they're really promoting apostate positions. And so there was this distance to the whole thing. But after Hofmann, we got some credibility because Jerald was right. And all the books you read on Hofmann will say Jerald was first to question the documents. And after that, there was sort of a begrudging acceptance of, oh, hi. And people got more friendly. I think also by the time of Hofmann, they realized that we weren't belligerent people that were going to be disruptive. I think at first there was a fear that, oh, well, if we're anti-Mormon, we're going to be obnoxious and interfering in their meetings and standing up and asking bad questions. And I have to say, I asked a few questions of Quinn, and during the Salamander stuff of pointed questions, but we weren't trying to make a scene in any of the things that we attended, but there was this fear of us that, are we going to make a shambles of things? Would we some way disrupt stuff? And they have to keep this separation of being on the good side of the team, not the opposition. Joseph was sincere. As long as you can end all your articles with "he was sincere," you can say whatever you want. And I wouldn't end anything with "he was sincere."
And other than Ed Decker, I'm just trying to think of who else would have been walking in these shoes, and I can't think of anybody. Like even Michael Quinn, when he starts coming out with books and articles, even to this day, he still maintains to be a believer. So not him.
Yeah.
Like who else would it have? You were the only game in town, it seems like.
Well, I mean, Mike and Wes were doing things.
But yeah, they weren't. The sincere thing.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah. How did that feel? Like there are a few people in the world that I can talk to who have had a experience like mine. And I've been excommunicated, and I know what it's like to be treated like a pariah. I know what it's like to be viewed as dangerous and radioactive. And since my excommunication, Radio West won't really have me on the podcast, or, and I don't know why, but Peggy Fletcher Stack doesn't ask, me to be a source anymore. There became this kind of drying up of you as someone that people would, they won't even want to like a Facebook comment or friend you on Facebook. There's two parts of the sadness to it. One is that the church does it. And then the second is that so many people in the progressive and sometimes even post-Mormon community buy into it and follow those rules. Right. And it's sad. It's hard. And I'm just wondering, were there times where you and Jerald, just for decades, being held at arm's length, being plagiarized from without credit, not being friends with these people, being viewed as the crazy grandma and grandpa, was it ever discouraging or sad or hard? Or what was that like emotionally for you and Jerald?
We had developed a community of friends outside of that circle in our Christian community. And so it wasn't as lonely as it could have been if we hadn't have had a separate community that was totally divorced from Mormonism. And through the years, as different family members left Mormonism, then the feelings shifted on a lot of things that way. So it's not been as hard as it might have been because of our faith community that we developed outside of Mormonism.
Your church, basically? Your church community?
My church community, yeah. And not just my church community, but just Christian community of people I know around the United States that have read our writings, that are Christians, and that I've become friends with. I mean, outside of Mormonism, that we've just become friends. So that helps on a lot of that stuff, but it doesn't take away from the sense of loss from the ones you started out holding dear to you and being distanced from them.
That happened to you, people?
Yes. And, well, I think I've told before, but like early on when my sister, who's now left Mormonism, said to me one day, I finally able at Relief Society to admit that you're my sister. And she says that so sweetly, like she really accomplished something. And I mean, what do you say to that? Oh, well, thanks.
What did that make you feel?
Well, it was very sad and hurtful that she feels that kind of shame of having me for a sister. And it's all changed now. But early on, when people say those kind of things to you, it just kind of takes your breath away that, wow, is that where things are at? I didn't realize that I was that big an embarrassment to you, or that it was that big of a deal. But there have been times like when I've been at the mall and I see someone I know, like a man that's come in and talked to me about Mormonism, and he's walking with his wife, and I see him take a step back from his wife and shake his head to me, no, like, don't acknowledge me. And so I just walk on by. But there were years of that type of thing where there would be signaling out in public, don't acknowledge me. I don't get that anymore. But back in prior years, those sorts of things were common for me here in Utah.
I've had that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what kept you going? What kept both of you guys going?
Well, it just seemed that God had put us in a direction of research that some documents just seemed to, people would bring them to us, or things would come up that would pull us back into more research.
So part of it was your belief in God?
Oh, absolutely.
That kept you going?
Yes. And I know a lot of the Mormon Stories crowd don't believe in God anymore, but
A lot do.
yes,
A lot do.
we felt that God had brought us together. I mean, God delivered me to Jerald's doorstep, and it just seemed like things came about that God was directing it. And there were times, though, as the years went by, that one of us or the other would feel, okay, that's it, we're done. We've accomplished what we wanted to do. We got out our 72 mimeographed Mormonism book. We're done. And then more stuff comes out. Oh, well, no, now we got to do a new edition. So you got to do a new edition. Well, you keep doing new editions. And Jerald would keep saying to me, well, this is the last book. See, we got to keep going on this because this is the last book. I got to get this one done. And one day it dawned on me, there's never going to be a last book. We're going to do this forever.
And you still are.
And here I am, and I still am.
So for ex-Mormons that don't like that Sandra Tanner still believes in God and Jesus, be grateful that she and Jerald both still believed in God, because you would not have gotten their amazing research and publications and knowledge and commitment, including the revealing of the Salamander Letter as a fraud, without their belief in God and Jesus. How's that?
Amen.
Okay. I have to just ask again, did you ever have interactions with Eugene England or kind of that dialogue crowd at all? I know you talked about the letter between...
Yeah, no, not on any kind of personal level.
They just
didn't know
you.
anyone. They had their own lives, and it was separate from ours. And the only time our circles would have crossed would be like a Mormon History Association or something that way, which they weren't going to come up and talk to me. So,
And as all these articles come out in Dialogue in the 70s and 80s about B.H. Roberts, about the Book of Abraham, about the First Vision, all these things that you guys kind of really broke the ground on, would you wait eagerly for the newest edition of Dialogue or Sunstone to come out, read it, and then would you say, hey, wait a minute, they're getting that for me, they're getting that for me here and there? Were you following Dialogue and Sunstone to see whether they were either breaking new ground and or borrowing your stuff and maybe not giving you credit?
Well, we didn't follow it for those reasons, for whether they gave us credit or not, but we did follow it all very closely there for many, many years. I don't know at what point Jerald started into his Alzheimer's, but by 1990, Jerald was becoming less engaged in his research. So that's why there was never another edition after the 87 Mormonism Shadow Reality, is because he was past the ability to do that. But yeah, up till then, we were following all of the different magazines to see what they said, what more they had found, and see what things they said that we already said. Yeah, it was fun to try to track them and see where all they were getting their information.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else about the Salamander Letter really quickly before I just ask you a couple more?
Oh.
No, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay. There are other forgeries that Hofmann is, credited with. Letters from the three witnesses from Harris and Whitmer about their visions. They say that was faith promoting. Do you remember anything about those letters?
Not right off.
Okay. And then there's this contract, I guess the Grandin Press printing of the Book of Mormon contract between Smith and Grandin. Anything noteworthy about that you remember?
I can't remember.
Okay. And then there's a letter from Lucy Mack Smith, on the origins of the Book of Mormon.
Yeah, it was interesting, but not as earth-shattering as the other things.
Okay. Okay, and then there's the McClellan papers.
Yeah.
Anything you remember about that?
Well, the McClellan, this guy it gets back to this guy named Trauber that knew McClellan, and
this is a historical figure from a long
a
time
historical
ago.
figure from way back when, and I think Hugh Nibley had tried to look for Trauber and his collection. I mean, I think there was some knowledge that this guy had some material and had some McClellan stuff. In fact, I think that's how the church historians, well, the church leaders, whoever it was, had been in touch with Trauber, I believe, back in the 1910 time frame, something like that, and had bought a McClellan diary way back at that time. I think Trauber may have been trying to sell his collection to them. They bought the McClellan diary, locked it in their vault, and forgot about it. So as the decades go by and no one does an inventory on the first presidency's vault, the knowledge of the McClellan diary sitting on the back shelf gets forgotten. Okay, so when Mark comes along, he's aware of this Trauber and maybe some Trauber papers in Texas that might have some McClellan stuff in it. So that evidently gives him the idea of claiming he came up with this big collection, because there could have been such a thing. It's just not as big as he was claiming. So when he pitches it to the church, he says it also contains the McClellan diary. That's just one of many things in the collection it's supposed to have. Had the church not hid away McClellan's diary, they would have known they already had it. And if they would have remembered that they already had it, they would have known to have been suspicious of Mark's collection that he called the McClellan collection. And so they don't become aware that they've already bought it until after the bombings. And the detectives want to know, we want an inventory of everything you bought from Mark. So then the church trying to go through doing an inventory, and they are asking about, well, what's in the first presidency's vault? Do you have material from Mark in there? Well, evidently no one knew about an inventory for the place. So the staff, someone's told, we got to inventory everything in the first presidency's vault. Now, this is a big walk-in vault, as I understand it. So you'd have room for a lot of stuff. A little diary could be easily lost in this place. So they do an inventory, and they discover, by darn, we already have the McClellan diary. Now, this doesn't come out until Turley does his book on Hofmann.
Victims.
And so when Turley's book, Victims, comes out, this is a few years after everyone else's book has come out. I can't remember the time frame, but it's a few years after the initial 3 paperbacks that came out. Well, there was sort of a ho-hum attitude in the historical community. Oh, Turley's going to do church spin. And I'd ask different people, have you read Turley's book? No, I haven't bothered. I know enough about Hofmann stuff. And then suddenly someone calls me on the phone. Hey, have you read page such and such of Turley's book? And I said, no, I haven't even bought it. Well, you got to buy it and read whatever page it is, like 263 or whatever. You got to, so what is on this page? So we go get the book, and it's the page that tells they found they had the McClellan diary. Oh, the book came out more than 5 years after the Hofmann case. Our cynical assumption was they waited till after the
investigation
term of limitations,
statute of limitations
thing, that you couldn't be guilty of harboring information on a crime.
Evidence. Yeah.
So they wait till after they're past that point to print their book that tells they already had the McClellan diary, and they never came forward with it because they found out before the deal with Mark to get his life sentence, before the deal, they found they had the diary, and the church never came forward to the detectives, to the prosecutor. We found the McClellan diary.
How would that have been helpful?
It would have gone to motive for the murder. One of the problems they had in the trial for Hofmann was connecting the documents to the motive for the murders. This would have proved motive for the murders because he was trying to sell the McClellan collection. That was the immediate... To Steve.
Christensen.
Yeah.
Is that right?
No, the church was going to buy the McClellan collection. Steve was going to verify its contents.
That's right.
And if the church had come forward that we found the McClellan diary, it proved that Mark's collection was fraudulent because he was trying to sell them the diary. So it would have gone to proving he was doing a con game of some sort, that they already have the diary. So they didn't come forward to the detectives and say, oh, by the way, here's something that would help you in your prosecution of Mark. This proves he was had a fraudulent collection he was trying to sell us because he couldn't have had the McClellan diary. And they don't tell about this. The church doesn't tell about this until at least 5 years after the whole thing.
And, one motive is they're just incompetent, didn't know what they had. And another is that they intentionally withheld the information.
Well, they did both. At first, they just didn't know they had it. But when they found out they had it, they didn't want to bring it forward because it brings up the whole question of why did you hide it in the first place? And what does it say?
Why did anyone know about it, right?
Yeah.
So that's important that they had the McClellan diary.
Yeah, they had it. They had it and didn't know it. And then when they did know it, they didn't bring it forward to the prosecutor that would have helped in proving the motive for the killings because it would show the McClellan collection wasn't authentic.
Well, certainly it wasn't hard to convict Mark Hofmann. Was his conviction ever really in jeopardy?
The problem was the motive for the murders. You can have the documents be fraudulent, but that doesn't prove why he killed Christensen.
Right.
It's to the motive of Christensen's death that you had a problem for them to prove. And
but ultimately they proved it without the knowledge of the McClellan diary.
Yes, but they didn't go for the death sentence. They made a plea bargain. Now, the question, of course, comes up.
Because they weren't as confident in their case as they could have been.
Yes, they would have been more confident in the case if they'd have known that.
Oh, that's kind of serious.
Yeah, well, we thought it was. Yeah. Evidently, the church thought it was because they waited 5 years before they published it.
So now do we have the McClellan diary?
Yeah, it's been published.
Is it interesting at all?
Well, it tells about why he didn't believe Joseph Smith, why he left the movement, in 37 or 38 or whatever, his dissatisfaction with things in Kirtland and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's an interesting part of church history, but it's the church had already dealt with McClellan's arguments and claims because he had printed other things. It's not like we didn't know what McClellan's thoughts were. He had published other material.
Yeah. Okay. And if I remember, did you say that Hofmann had struck a deal where he would keep the McClellan? He would, once they were authenticated by Christensen, he would keep them so the church would have plausible deniability. Did you say that earlier?
Right. And I don't know that the church would have phrased it that way, but the point was the church could then honestly say they don't have those documents and they didn't buy those documents. Because if they buy them from Mark and Mark hides them away, then they can honestly say, I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have them. But they wanted Steve Christensen to verify the collection was really what Mark said it was.
I wonder why they didn't agree to have some other more trusted individual third party keep possession of them versus Mark.
Well, they might have if they'd have got down to actual transfer of money. They may have said, no, we want Steve to keep him.
Right.
I mean, I would have. I wouldn't have just trusted Mark. But
okay. But it was the McClellan papers that were probably Hofmann's undoing because he had why?
He had oversold them. He had worked himself into debt, and he needed a big sale to help him. He was waiting for the oath of a freeman to sell. That would have solved a lot of his financial problems, but it was lagging, and he needed money right away. So if he could sell the McClellan collection, he could get a bunch of money for that. But to get enough money to help him financially, he had to claim it had all sorts of material in that he didn't have time to fabricate. So he can't have Steve verify the whole collection. He could show Steve a few things, but he couldn't show him a total collection.
And is it fair to say that the first murder of Steve was because Steve was set to expose Hofmann as a fraud? Like,
well, we don't know.
What pushed Hofmann to want to kill Steve versus some other method? Do we know?
Well, I assume Steve. Well, we know Steve was upset about Mark's handling of money, and he was having bounced checks with different people, not giving a document to someone that had paid him for a document. There were starting to be rumblings in the document community that he's kind of squirrely on his business deals. And so I think Steve had started to see a pattern that it was getting him concerned with, not that the documents were authentic, but that Mark might have been some sort of shyster on selling documents to several people and not paying his bills and stuff. I think it was more that way, and probably demanding some sort of evidence from Mark beyond what Mark could supply. And just to have him question Mark, to seriously be putting him on the spot, just was a breaking point for Mark. It was all going to unravel. So he had to get rid of Steve, and then he had to kill someone. He didn't have to kill someone. He just had to have a diversion to make the police think it had to do with Christensen's business dealings, investments that had gone bad, that it was an investor, not anything to do with Mormonism. That's why the bomb is put at the Sheets residence, because it's a former business partner of Christensen's. And it didn't matter who picked up the bomb. It didn't matter if the bomb went off. It could have just been found there and not gone off. But it still would have pointed to something between Sheets and Christensen's, which shows the callousness of Mark, that he didn't care. I mean, some kid could have just come and picked up the box. He didn't care who picked it up.
And in the documentary, he basically says that he didn't care who picked it up.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
It didn't even have to be picked up. It just had to be found.
Yeah.
At the Sheets' home.
Yeah.
But then the church still wanted to go. He calls the church and wanted to still go through with the McClellan collection, but they want to have some other guy come in now to verify the collection. Well, you're back to game one. He can't have anyone verify the collection. And of course, Brent Ashworth's pressing him for paying bills to him. And so I think he intended to blow up Brent Ashworth. When that didn't work, I think it was an accident. The bomb goes off in his car. I don't think it was suicide attempt.
Who do you think the third bomb was intended for?
Brent Ashworth.
You think it was Brent Ashworth?
Yeah, the document dealer that he usually met at the mall on, Wednesdays? He always met him at the mall. So, yeah, I'm sure it was.
Was that a mall
Brent.
downtown? Because he was downtown, right?
Yeah, the mall directly south of Temple Square.
What was it? Oh, ZCMI Mall?
Not ZCMI. It's the one across the street. Crossroads. Was that what it was called?
Okay. So is that generally understood that Brent Ashworth was the target of the third bomb? Because I've heard people say they don't know.
I think the investigators thought it was for Brent, and Brent, I think, thinks that it was for him.
Did they have a meeting planned that morning?
They met every Wednesday at Walden's Book at the mall. And after the Christensen Sheets bomb, Brent Ashworth's wife asked him not to go to Salt Lake on Wednesday. And so he didn't go. But Mark went because there was a receipt in his car for Walden's Books for a New York Times that showed Mark had been there just, 20 minutes before that or something. So Mark had gone there to meet Brent. Brent didn't show up. Mark went back to his car and picks up the bomb. We assume he was going to try to undo the wires to dismantle it. Well, when he goes back to his car, it's interesting in the preliminary hearing. When he went back to his car, he fumbled in the trunk for a while. He opened the trunk, fumbled with some stuff, closes the trunk before he tries to get in the car. I think he was trying to see how sensitive the bomb was. And so when he opens and closes the trunk, nothing happens. And so I think he thinks, well, it's not as sensitive as I thought it was. So he opens the driver's door and he puts his right knee on the driver's seat, but his left foot's on the cement. And he leans into the car and picks up the bomb and might have been trying to undo the wire for it, but he must bump the package on the center steering column and makes the bomb go off. The forensic guys know the bomb went off just above that central column between the two seats. And the fact that it blew Mark across the street told the detectives that he can't be sitting in the car. He has to already have the door open. He has to be leaning into the car or it would have killed him. And they find him on the other side of the street because the door was open. Well, when he gets to the hospital and the police finally are able to ask him questions, he says he got in and sat down in the car and then noticed the box and picks it up and it blows up. Well, then they immediately knew his story didn't match the forensic. I mean, they knew immediately. With that day, they knew Mark was involved in the bombings. He has to be at least a party to the bombings because his story doesn't match what they knew had to have happened. His injuries were such that they couldn't have happened the way he describes. So he was immediately a suspect. But then how do you prove all of that? Who all was involved? Did he have partners? And leads to a big investigation.
Right. Okay, so that's the third bombing. Oh, I was going to ask you if he thought he was meeting Brent Ashworth at the bookstore, how is he going to deliver the bomb at the bookstore or get it to Brent in a way that wouldn't expose Mark? I don't think he carried the bomb with him. I know I've heard a couple of people say that he was carrying the bomb. No, I don't believe he took the bomb to the mall. The bomb was in the car the whole time. I think Mark was going to tell Brent one of his great stories and say, I've got this great find that's on the front seat of my car, and here's my keys. I need to go talk to Hinckley a minute or whatever, and you go down and look at the document and see if you want to buy it, and I'll be there in just a minute. And he could have sent Brent to get the box and open it at the car. Well, that would have ruined his car.
Sure. That's okay, because he could show he was a victim. It would help Mark prove he was a victim. That he wasn't a party of it. He wouldn't blow up his own car.
But that would tie him to these bombings. You're saying as a victim, but that's not bad. But then why did he go after Sheets to implicate the financial dealings if he's going to then try and tie it to Mark Hofmann, which would have made it be about church history and not about Steve Christensen's financial dealings? Does that make sense?
I think he realized that the Sheets diversion wasn't going to make it, that wouldn't solve it, that there already were questions by the police that that weren't sure that was an end to an explanation for the whole thing. And he still had the problem of not having the money or the documents that he could settle things with the church. He owed all this money to these different people. So now what do I do? What's next? What's the next step I could take since the sheets diversion doesn't look like it's going to be sufficient? And so he thinks, well, if he can make himself and the documents the object of some crazy person out there, because he tells the police at the hospital, oh, there was some white van that had been following me around, and try to make it sound like he had been being tailed by some sinister person and trying to divert things to make it seem like someone was trying to stop his transactions.
I wonder if he intended Ashworth to go to his car, pick up the bomb, and have it be detonated. I wonder what story he had planned to tell the police about how a bomb got in his car in the first place.
Oh, someone was trying to stop him giving this great collection of the McClellan collection to the church. And he was probably hoping that more of the stuff in the trunk would have burned up. But see, some of that stuff was in the trunk that he was claiming part of the McClellan collection, the pieces of papyri that he had got on loan from New York that were of the same time frame as the Joseph Smith papyri that he was claiming as part of the McClellan collection were in the back of the car. I think he would have claimed, oh, shucky darn church, the McClellan collection went up in smoke, and we only have these few shards left after the fire.
And how would he have explained how a bomb got there that then killed
because
Ashworth?
there's some sinister mob out there that's trying to get rid of
They would have planted that bomb there?
Yeah, they would trying to get rid of people doing church history and documents and whatever, whoever he would have spun as the evil guys.
And how would he have explained why Ashworth was going back to his car without him being there?
Well, he could have just said, I'd send him out to check. He was going to look at the McClellan collection. He could easily come up with a story why he sent Brent first to the car.
Okay. And that takes the heat off of him for not being able to produce the McClellan papers. It also adds drama to his life that allows him to make more excuses for any deadlines or financial things he's not able to
Yeah, because he's got to stall. If he can sell the Oath of a Freeman, it'll solve everything. He just got to stall till that sells.
Yeah, and maybe garner sympathy for him.
Oh, sure. He becomes the hero.
He becomes a hero.
Oh, he's the great he's the great document dealer that's finding all these wonderful things, and so
someone's trying to kill him.
He's pathetic. Oh, poor Mark.
Right, sympathetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Brent was still feeling that. Yeah. After the bombings, he thought that it was all aimed at Mark and that he was a target of some sort, and couldn't let himself believe that Mark could be the one responsible.
Yeah, right.
And if it's your trusted friend, I mean, I sympathize with Mark and those, Kurt Bench and those around him that had fully trusted this man, that how hard it would be to believe that of someone. No one wants to believe their best friend was a cold-blooded murderer.
That was one of the chilling parts of the document when Kurt Bench says he called Mark Hofmann to say, be careful. They're coming after people like us. Can you imagine?
Isn't that sad? Oh.
So he's calling the murderer to tell him to be careful. You could get hurt.
Yeah.
That was a little bit sad.
Yeah.
Really quickly, something that I'd either forgotten or didn't know, and I think there are other people that didn't know this, even informed people. Like I think I talked to a Radio Free Mormon the other day. He didn't know this. That the documentary Murder Among the Mormons brings out that Hofmann's ultimate kind of like coup de grace or like biggest con or whatever was to produce the 116 pages. Mm-hmm. And I think I've heard Jared Hess or Tyler or both talk about the fact that they were able to see some sort of like sketching or outline in Hofmann's hand of kind of, I think he said Ashworth might own this, of kind of the document that sort of showed his initial thoughts about what the 116 pages would say.
Yeah.
But did you know that Hofmann at some point was planning on doing the 116 pages? What do you know about that, and what are your thoughts about that?
In hindsight, that's obviously what he was building up to. We didn't know it to begin with, but he was inventing handwriting samples of Martin Harris with his different documents he's selling to the church. And it didn't matter if they're faith promoting or not faith promoting. He was building a collection of Martin Harris handwriting, which is all his. And so when he eventually would come forward with 116 pages, and he wouldn't have to do the whole 116 pages, he'd only have to do a few pages and claim they were part of that manuscript and the other pages lost. I mean, that'd be believable that you'd only find a few of the pages. But then Martin Harris handwriting on that document would be compared with Mark's other forgeries of Martin Harris handwriting, and ta-da, they would be authentic. They were the same hand for both documents.
So we have no evidence. We have no samples of Martin Harris's handwriting right now.
I think there's a signature. I don't know that there's much more than just a signature.
Just a signature. Okay. Okay.
They may have one or two documents now. I haven't kept on what all the Joseph Smith papers has been able to come up with, so I'm not sure. Well,
that suggests the potential of some pretty serious premeditation. If he breaks onto the scene in 1980 with the Anthon document in Harris's handwriting, and that was all a setup for the 116 pages, however many years later, that shows that a lot of this might have been mapped out and premeditated.
I think the Martin Harris thing had to have been. He seems to have had this trail of Martin Harris signatures, documents, with that end game in mind. So, yeah, looking back at it now, I would say when he first came up with the first sample of Martin Harris handwriting, he already had in his mind where it was going.
Yeah. And have you ever tried to kind of fantasize what would have happened if he had been successful, what he would have put in there, what would have been devastating, and how that might have been received? Would that be a game changer?
I imagine the story of the Liahona would have been much more magical. There would just have been more of that kind of magic tone to the story. Would
it have been less religious? Would it have been more of a fanciful tale?
Yes, it would have
less scriptural.
Yes, because he came up with more spiritual stuff as a filler. I mean, Joseph did. So Mark would have probably had it be less of any kind of normal Christian spirituality in it and more maybe Christian magic, but the casting spells kind of variety that the early Smiths were involved in. So that, because I think the Liahona itself is kind of a funny magic deal, but he could have cast that in a much more magical framework. And I think there would have been more of that type of thing in it.
Yeah. That's interesting to think about what he might have done with 116 pages with that mischief. Interesting.